It's like Restream just doesn't want to work today that great for me, so oh well. Freaking Restream. Tiki Tiki Tavi. Ricky Tiki Tavi. I'm just testing my mic right now while I'm building something, so that's what's happening here. Sometimes I feel like my mic is just so quiet for some reason, and I don't know why. And I don't think I'm talking that quietly. Like, I'll start getting louder and louder and louder. If I max it, it's like so loud. I have lotion on my hands right now because I was just being an adult. And like, it is so hard for me to touch anything right now. Oh my god, Victor, this build is taking forever because of the new videos. Every time you add a new video, it has to get transcoded into every single operating system. Nothing, Blocklander. Hey, Blocklander, we did something for you. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm naked right now. Hold on. I mean, it's like sometimes my mic's just not on and I'm just talking and it's not even on, so that's fine. Whatever. I don't know what I muted my mic, Blocklander. I said hello. I said, hey, we added something for you. And then I said, oh my god, I'm naked. And then I had to lower my green screen. We did something though for Blocklander, I remember. Added dead body and head to item filter so that Blocklander XD will be less lonely. Oh, Lowercase x, lowercase d on Twitch. By the way, nothing's up, Loknar. Violet's here today somewhere. This is a good patch. It's actually a pretty hype patch, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen... I don't know if Victor has posted all the patch notes yet, because I just gave them to him. Colonists and I'll help out their friends in combat. That's pretty fun. I'm making builds. That's what's happening right now. I don't know if I can just, like... sort of show you... Blacklander just says he'll turn you into human steak, which means he's going to cannibalize you. Now, other channels would mute or probably ban Blacklander for that, but not here. Here we encourage it, so we'll start adding some hot sauce so you can eat this motherfucker. But do they wash hands? Monty, why do you look different? Do you have a different name? Do you have a different name, Monty? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Couldn't you believe? Okay, we're on to Windows build. This is pretty exciting, guys. We're on to Windows now. Which is the last one. They don't wash hands yet, Monty, by the way. But it's pretty hype. I think this is actually very exciting. You guys will see in a second. Or you won't. This dev is too well groomed to be our Starmancer. I've clearly missed too much. Honestly, Gulski, you have missed too much. I have a haircut now. You know, I have a beard trim. You know, I'm pretty official. I'm pretty fancy. This is fancy, Tyler. What's the Guile today? What do you think a Guile is? Guile's Corey? Okay, what's the goal? I want to test the breaching, and also I want to test some other stuff too. And then Victor is going to work on, I think he said a stasis chamber, stasis pod. I'm thinking I'll work on the star map object. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know what that is. He'll tell me in a second. And stasis pod on stream. Because me and Victor talk about so much stuff, I forget. I'm like, which one is the star map object? And also adding the prison posters that I forgot about to the dungeon. That'll be fun. I think that'll be fun. I'm encoding some videos right now, so don't mind me. Just building. You can't see anything, though. It doesn't show you. It won't show you anything. I have Discord Victor up still. Okay. Player settings. I need to go to 19. I'm about to put some paper towels in my armpits because I'm a sweaty hog. Okay, we're making the final build. Then I'm going to push it out. And then you can all play it on earlier access. What am I looking for? Unity? Okay, I'll be right back. And hopefully I unmute my mic this time. Okay, people, is Victor here? He'll be here in a minute, he says. I'm just gonna double check these builds already. And that I didn't mess anything up terribly. And I don't think I did. So, Steam. Just making the builds. Uploading them now. Dude, official Starmancer hoodies and Starmancer merch would be sick. I totally am not in the correct scene, am I? I'm in my test scene right now. Okay. But anyway, Starmancer merch would be so fun. I would love it. I'd probably just own all of them. I feel like shirts it's probably expensive to make them because you probably have to like buy like a minimum amount, 100, 1,000, something like that. You know, I think a cat plush would be amazing. That feels like it'd be pretty cheap. In fact, I still have something up here on my Makeship. I have Makeship up here because one of you people one time was like, "Hey, here's Makeship. You could do this. You can crowdfund it if you get enough pre-orders. Then you don't really lose. There's not much of a risk. It's just sort of fun." And I think something like that would be really fun to do. So something like Makeship. Clothes would be sick. Merch. And I think there's like a reason that like every YouTube channel, Twitch stream, whatever, they all try to monetize beyond just the like. We're not like content creators in terms of making like YouTube videos. We don't try to like make money that way. We're just sort of average marketing our game, but still, it'd be great. A Starmancer movie, if you write it, Monty, I'll produce it. I mean, that's all you just have to write it. It doesn't have to be written well. Just write something. I thought you said heat afterwards. Okay, we're going to go to developer. And then earlier access. And then set build live. Okay. And then we're going to publish. And then the build's live. In 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 0. It's live. Okay, it's done. There you go. It's live on earlier access now. Oh my god, that's so loud. I don't want that at all. These patrons are pretty hype. So, okay. Okay, who's ready? I don't know if Victor has posted them yet, so I don't know if you know them. I'm in the wrong chat, aren't I? That's all right. Oh, that's why Monty looks different today. Monty looks different today because I was in my Twitch chat and not in the other chat. And I don't think anyone said anything in any other channel, so we're good. All right. I'm just like fixing some issues. I was having issues with Restream today. Okay. All right. Oh my god. Jesus. You gotta warn me. Oh my god.
That was all right.
Okay. You're just all of a sudden you're just in my head. Okay. Many objectives, and this is a fun update though. Into the breach update. Pretty clever. Not that clever. Many objectives in the tutorial now have a video showing you exactly what to do. Airlocks in derelict stations are now locked and must be breached with the security guard. Head and jarred corpses cannot be stored wherever items are stored. Added a new prison ship dungeon. Many dungeon objects are now purchasable. I don't know if I spelled that correctly. And place post decorations also fix many bugs. And some of the big changes since last week are what? I don't know. Something. Stuff. What are they? We added the small turret. It can be hacked. We added a tranquilizer. Also, you can use bypass. You can hack bots now with the bypass module, and it does 50 damage to them. That's pretty fun. Many directions can now be purchased and picked up. I'll show you in a second. Added context option to steal from unconscious colonists. Colonists will now assist other colonists in combat if they're friends. So that's fun. They'll help a little bit. A lot of bugs, by the way, we fixed. And I don't know if there's any good ones that, like off the top of my head, but probably there's some that are pretty good. Some lighting bug. Some other stuff, too. I don't know. Other stuff, too. We probably did stuff. We did stuff. What's up, Cass?
Yeah,
it has been a while.
That's a good one.
What one?
The lighting one is a good one.
Oh, the lighting one? Yeah, you think that because you're an artsy fartsy person. Oh, I like the way things look.
Yeah.
Hey, Cass. It's been a while since I last saw you. You still drawing naked people, or what's up, man? Wall side bug. Or test. Stream 12? Okay, we'll do this one. I might just read you the old stream from last week, but I recall a bunch of bots had like attacked me, and it was a real bleak situation if I recall correctly, right? We're gonna do it anyway. It's probably fine.
Everything up.
Didn't I blow? Yeah, at the end, I saved, then I blow it up. I'm not a psychopath. Don't you do that sometimes? You're playing Grand Theft Auto, maybe you do a save. You're like, I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna fight, get a huge fight with cops. I'm gonna blow all my ammo. It's gonna be awesome. Just start shooting people on the beach till the cops show up. You know.
Yeah.
I have a question. Have you guys thought about cover? What do you mean cover? Like a box art? And yes, I still draw naked people. Perfect. One time when I was
like taking cover from fire behind objects.
Oh yeah, it could also be that. You mean like a cover system for comp? Oh my God, Sister Violet. Good God. Jesus, I'm scary. I'm spooky today. Yeah, I think you're right. Cass does mean like a cover system, Victor. I think you're right, like in RimWorld, which would be really fun.
Yeah. Especially if we can build cover like sandbags.
Guys, okay, guys, here's a... Thank you, Sissy. Bye, Violet. All right, you people want to see something really, really cool, actually? Let me check out my currencies. I have 0 pigments, but I'm just going to cheat. No, cover and taking cover from gunshot with guns. Yeah, that's what you meant. Okay, yeah. That's good. Like RimWorld has that, and I'm not opposed to it. What are we looking for? Build materials? I think that'd be fun, a cover system. But and I was thinking about doing a cover system once we did ranged weapons, because right now all we have is melee, so a cover doesn't make sense too much for that. It can make a little bit of sense for it, but for once we had range, I think it really makes sense. Okay, but check this out, people. So you can now take pretty much literally every single thing that's in a dungeon, and this is just the dungeon that spawned here, so that's all I have to show you. But looking for other stuff, pretty cool. Like if you like the look of this bridge, you can be like, oh, this is pretty cool. And then you can just take and you can be like, what if there was a bridge in my base right here? This looks cool. Like you can do that. You can take this thing. You can take this thing. You can take that thing. You can take this thing. You can take all the things. You can be like, whoa.
Yeah, I don't think you can walk on the bridge though, because I remember having to place floors under the bridge.
That's okay. I just thought you could because I just assumed it was walkable because colonists would walk on it. I'm like, oh, I guess it works. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know how he did this, but I didn't look into it. I'm like, oh, I guess it works. I don't know. That's fun. Like you place like invisible floors.
They're like, I don't think they're invisible. I think.
Well, you can't see them. Wait,
even when you.
Oh, it's right here. Oh, it's right here. I see. It's just this chunk. You're right. They're just whole floors that it hides or something. Okay. Well, as long as the users can still do something with it. Like, can they do this? Yeah, I could just do this. That hides it. Okay. Sweet. Would be cool to have those crates and different storage containers. Oh, like these crates? I was thinking like, well, there are some crates you can take. Just not these ones. Oh, I gave myself a lot of building material now. So what can I do? There's a... my God, my man became a zombie. Okay. All right. Well, I hope I can nudge an idea for a... Imagine an object that you can place in your station that is a half wall that when turned off is just ground that you can walk on, but when turned on it's cover. That'd be really fun. That's a really fun idea. And maybe when it's powered or something. Maybe it's something like, okay, when it's powered, it raises. When it's unpowered, it's down, or the opposite. Then you could somehow do a bunch in a batch. That would be fun. Also, just outdoor things would be great.
I imagine those like cover things from Half-Life.
This is like the most boring dungeon to demonstrate.
The Combine has those like sort of force fields.
I have to reload this. I think I know what you're talking about. I'm just upset about this. Combine, Half-Life 2 cover I'm going to see if we can find exactly what you're talking about. Space Casino would be fun. In terms of stealing stuff, I mean. But you know what? You know what's really fun? I got some better stuff to steal than that. So we got some cool stuff you can take now. I think I'm just going to give myself a bypass module and just kill this bot really fast. And then I'm just going to get back to my game. Victor, are you streaming? Violet? Ah! I love your backpack. And I love those babies, Violet.
Let's see.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. Only one of them was a baby. We don't steal, we salvage. I agree with that. Oh, also you can steal, you can salvage from other people now. We don't steal, we just reduce, reuse, and recycle, man. What am I looking for? A bypass module? Oh, check this out for Blacklander. Because Blacklander's kind of, I don't know if you guys know Blacklander, but he's really disgusting, and he loves dead bodies, so that's why I put this for him. You can now store heads and corpses. Imagine capturing pirate and having something that would drain them for whatever worth they are. For some reason, I was just, because you draw, sometimes you draw 18 plus things, I was thinking of draining them, and the valuable thing is,
I don't know.
you know what I mean? So I was thinking, I was like, draining them.
I mean, I was thinking more like
blood,
organ harvesting.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I was thinking like the whatever, just materials that you could use them. Yeah. Anyway, okay. I think it's probably what Cass meant as well, was taking organs and things like that. What?
Yeah, selling them to the pirates.
What do I need? I need something, and what I need is a bypass module right here. Boom, bypass. Did I just spawn one for myself? Do I have it enabled? The option. Cheat spawn. Did I not do it? I mean, I don't see it, so I'm guessing I didn't do it. Bypass. Right click. There's one. I'm just gonna kill this person really fast. So. Do. So once you pick up this bypass module, it'll give you a new context option on the bot, and it'll say hack. It'll say hacky hack. See? Apparently I can't walk to them, though. Why not? Do I have agoraphobia? No. I mean, is the bot just going to stay there? No, he's not. Okay. Damn, human milk!
No.
Cass, thank you for coming up with that term, because now we can add it to the game, to Victor's chagrin.
No.
Okay. He's like, oh no! You thought human sausages as well? Okay, so we're going to hack this. It takes like a couple seconds, and it's just going to murder the bot. Also, if you note, this thing has 10 charges in the bottom left corner. And after it gets hacked, it now has 9 charges. So that's, you know, wow, right? Wow. You know? Wow. Okay. I need to just put it, I just need to put this bypass module somewhere. So I'll just place it over here. Also note the new context option for stealing. So that's fun. You can steal from people now.
Oh, do I need to get an icon for that? Probably.
Yeah, probably. I just used the withdraw icon.
All
I
right.
thought that was fine. I mean, you know, unless you make something, but I was like, well.
No, that makes sense. It's the same as when you take something from my shelf or something.
I was talking about monetizing the dreams of making these Alien Eggs Factory or something. Yeah, Alien Egg Factory would be fun too. That'd be a fun one. You know?
That'd be creepy.
Bruh, I'm a food brick factory, industry goes stunk. That's funny. So human milk wouldn't be a stretch. You mean salvage? Yeah, I want to salvage some human milk from the pirates. Okay. Grace Klein is panicking, but I don't really care that much about that. Let me stop tracking bypass modules, because I promise you I don't care about them. Is it just me, or is Tyler looking kind of slim? Yeah. It's because, here's what happened. I shaved my beard. I had to, because I was like, I know I've gained weight. I know that my face has gotten fatter. So I shaved my beard, and then my worst nightmares had come true, you know? So I was like, okay, I'm eating a lot better after that. So what have I created? You sound like my mom right now. Anyway, so last night I was having sex with Victor's mom. I just did that because it's funny, Victor. Just like out of nowhere to be like, oh yeah, I was banging his mom. If someone told me they were banging my, like as an adult, if someone says they're banging my mom, I'd be like, I just feel bad for both of you. Like, you know, like, you're not a great dude, and she's not a catch. I'm not saying you're not a great dude, but you know, it's like,
Oh,
imagine how weird that would be if like your mom went out on the town, you know, and just somehow randomly just developed a relationship with one of your friends, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like your friend that's like always been like a womanizer or something, even like that's even worse, you know? He doesn't even treat her right. Okay. Somebody's panicking, and I'm just going to try to warp out of here. I'll leave behind 7 objects. What 7? Is it all this stuff? It's probably these batteries that I used to body block with. So let's just, we'll put some battery banks back up here and 4, what are the 4? You know what? I don't even care. It doesn't say colonist, so I'm just leaving, and I'm going somewhere cooler. Like a good old waste station. We'll go to the waste station. What's up, Riggies?
You should be able to hack those
Righez?
robot nests.
You should be able to do what with them? Just destroy it?
Yeah, already you did.
I like that you're like, I don't know, maybe not destroy it, but like, yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Get an item or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking like, but afterwards, it's like, it seems like it makes sense that the nest would be consumed in the process, right? And then it seems like most of the time I would probably just want to just be like, hey, that's a dangerous thing. I just want to, how do I get rid of it? How do I cleanse it from the map?
Yeah.
You have no idea how bad I want things like priests, heresy in the game, you know? I just want to be able to torture the Ezekiel Black NPC. Would be so
like
fun.
Kind of Warhammer for the kids.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. Exactly. Thank you. It's perfect.
Oh yeah, we need to have like the Tesla coil turret, and then after that we had like the flamethrower turret.
Flamethrower was amazing. Purify with fire. You remember one time I was like, hey man, I think the cleaning skill should somehow be related to cleaning like a priest. Like you're a cleaner. Like you go up and you clean, you purge, you clean the infestation. Yeah, like an exorcist or something. A cleaning skill. I still think that's a badass idea.
Yeah, I want to add ghosts.
Yeah.
Space ghosts.
Yeah. I want to add space demons. Like I want to add entities that exist. I want to add gray aliens. That's what I really want to add. Yeah. Imagine when the AI clone a human or create one, there's a chance of it going wrong, and there are mutations that could benefit, or just not being a neutral mutation that does nothing but need like an extra arm. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I like mutations. And I still think the disease system, the viruses, could be changed into mutations. There would still be viruses, but there would be like mutations.
Also mutations, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there'd also be mutations, whatever the heck I just said.
Yeah.
Where were my battery banks even sort of? I have a no-go zone. I'm just gonna sort of get rid of that one. And I'll put this one over here, I guess. I don't know. I guess I'll just put this over here. I don't know. I have 90 power. Didn't I have an abyssal eye? Oh my god, I have a bunch of cheats turned on, dude. That's all right. I like Tesla coils from Red Alert 2. Yeah, me too. They were amazing. I played so much Red Alert 2, in fact. I'm pretty sure I had a crush on Tanya. Because she was wearing like a tank top, you remember?
Yeah.
And I'm 31 now. I don't know how old I was when Red Alert 2 came out, but I was 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, something like that.
It's a voice line, she says. I only remember like the British
at the end when she's a person and you think she banged her German Shepherd? Is that what you just said, Victor? Because I never thought that once. That's so weird that you brought that up. There's something seriously wrong with your brain if you thought that.
I said nothing of the sort.
Oh, you're so different on stream. It's weird. Okay, all these girls these are like Tanya cosplayers. That's like, she was so hot that people cosplayed her or something, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. She's hot in the way that like a James Bond character is hot, you know? Like one of the James Bond girls is hot, you know? Where like you're like, oh yeah, she's like a hot person. Like, you know, she's supposed to be hot. She's dressing as a hot person. So like, okay, she's hot. I can't find any good. I don't remember which one is her. Because there's so many Tanyas to choose from. I'm just going to do this one. I'm just going to do this Tanya. And Tanya was hot. And any girls have a problem with that. It's like, sorry, she just is. If you look more like Tanya, you get more men, ladies. Is it in here? Here it is. See, here's Tanya. I mean, come on, you know? I mean, she's dual wielding pistols, you know? She's got those camo pants, but she's got her midriff exposed because she doesn't care that much about the camo. It's more of a fashion statement for her. And she'd have like a dog, and she was like, Red Alert 2 was amazing, by the way, because it was such a good. I thought the same thing about Rome Total War 1. I thought those games were a very good mix of like strategy but casual. So it wasn't too hardcore. It was fun. I never liked getting too into them. Imagine salvaging entire stations by just dismantling every wall and ground to make profit. I would love that, but what's the currency you'd get? Just scrap? Anyway, here's just some Tanya stuff. Goodbye, Chrome. Oh, okay. Did I never turn on my stream deck today? Okay. Okay. Are you streaming, Victor?
Yeah.
You are. Watch the stream. The Victor stream. So I don't think I'm going to have any... Fog of War. I don't know, though. I think the Fog of War is probably removed, so... Watch stream. Putting up Victor now. Full screen? Is that what I'm doing? And then I'm gonna... You ever just like have... You just can't tell... Okay, here it is. Oh, there is some fog. Oh, okay. There's Fog of War. That's nice. That's nice. That's what I wanted. Okay. Discord Victor. Is this Discord Victor? Here's Discord Victor. How can I... I think just scrap is probably fine. I think you're right. I think if you can just get scrap from salvaging, it's probably fine. Unity. Discord Victor. Let's put him here. But let's make Discord Victor smaller today. Somehow. And then if he's doing something cool, then we'll maximize it. Or if he just wants to show it off, we can maximize it as well. And then what part of the screen do I even need? Like, you guys don't care about the log that much, right? The log doesn't really matter for you people. Besides, my head used to cover the log anyway. So we'll just kind of do this. That's good, right? You kind of see stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Just have to remember to zoom in really far. So.
Let's turn off. I don't know if I want the music. Okay, what am I doing here? Oh, I didn't move these batteries yet. I got to move them again. Okay. We'll move these batteries again. Not remove them, but we'll move them again. And also there was like a no-go zone around here I have to delete, right? Delete no-go zones. Victor, when are we getting the armor sprite? Yeah, come on, Victor. Seriously. Huh? When are we getting the armor sprite? You don't know? You don't know. Yeah. You don't know.
Yeah, we should add the stun button as well.
Yeah, it's awesome. It'd be easy. It's no problem. That'd be so easy. Just just give it a big knockout chance. Just copy paste the shiv. Give it a big. What are you running from? Us? From the jelly, probably. No power. No power. How many frags do I have? Not very many. This guy is going to become a zombie. This person used to be a married. I mean, all my dudes are kind of in the rough. You know, when you just have a bunch of those monsters that just keep killing your dudes, it says inaccessible, but that's a lie. So once I build something, it'll fix itself. There's a glowworm. Okay. Okay, what I really need is to get more DNA frags. And I'm going to try that with whoever has the most morale, and it's this guy. He's a +20. What's he doing? Eating? He's healing. Okay, so jelly are neutral friendly. Why are the colonists scared? Oh, it's because this colonist, he snapped and he has space terror. Because his morale's so low, he has space terror. So he just flees from everything he sees. That's why he's running away from them. I think he might even run away from other colonists when he sees them. Using the potty. All right, we'll let him. We'll let you use the potty first. Grace Watts made a mistake. Hey, Tyler, when will we get Gun Kona? That was supposed to be a like an emote or something, probably. Because I want guns. I like getting to see both you two. I like it too. I think it's way more fun. Also, then I can use the bathroom in Victor's here, which is nice. But it's like, that's not on me. It's just because that's Victor's fetish. She's like, just pee in my face. Victor, you're so gross. It's just, I don't understand why you're a different person when we're on stream. It doesn't make any sense to me. Huh. When we're not on stream, Victor will say things like, hey, Tyler, I love gross. He'll say, I just love disgusting things. He says, I love...
No. No.
Okay. Victor, you know Victor ate boogers until he was in the 10th grade? And not even his other people's boogers?
Ew.
Yeah, it's gross, man. I thought so too. That would be so gross. Like,
That's
it's one
gross.
thing to eat your own boogers. Like, eating someone else's boogers is like, that's too far.
I knew someone who would take like chewing gum that had been chewed and like put
That's
somewhere.
disgusting. That's so... Because it has... First of all, it has no flavor anymore. I wouldn't even
I
chew my
know.
own bubble gum after that, you know?
Yeah.
That's so gross. It's just something you do to, like, show that you're kind of cool or tough, you know? It's like when kids will eat weird stuff for, like, $5, you know? It's not about the money. It's not a business strategy for them. They're just trying to make... It's like more like a friend strategy.
Oh my god, there was like an X-Files episode where this guy would eat like cockroaches. He would eat like
That's so
anything.
gross. That's so... Yeah,
Yeah.
Cass, you did make that armor sprite, but then we have to animate it and stuff like that. We have to make... We have to do... like if a colonist is sleeping or sitting in a chair, for example, those are just two different poses that exist. And so, like, just... So all that stuff has to get put into place of it, you know? Oh, yeah. Okay, where... Okay, there's a goddamn bot in this one that I just let loose, so... Although I'm pretty sure they can just fly away whenever they want, so we're just not going to fight this bot. And I shouldn't have picked my guy up, huh? I should have just let him go back normal, but it's too late. I already picked him up, so I'm not stopping now. And let's go over here. All right, so you can, like, move it. Like, okay, I'm telling you guys, you can move almost... The goal is to be able to... Anything you see in a dungeon, it's supposed to be like a Lego piece that you can move into your own base and do stuff with. And it's kind of like that now, so I'll show you. I'm looking for DNA frags, remember. I could research the chem... Do I have a chem table? What's this one do? No. Chem. I need chem so that I can get DNA frags and grow more men. Or all of the men. Can't walk to. Why? Because it's locked? Oh, yeah. I forgot these goddamn things are locked now, Victor. All right. Well, I guess I can't get in here yet. Okay, well, you can, like, buy this. You know, you can, like, buy this. You can buy a couple of these things you can see. You can't see all of it yet, but you can buy these things. And, like, these things. And you can put these things over there. And also the cesspools you can buy now. God, this room's disgusting. Should I just, like, give people a bedroom or something? What do you even do in these situations? A lot of electro jellies. I swear there was an abyssal eye portal I had on the playthrough, but maybe not. You know? Maybe not. That's funny, Cass. Like, what do you mean you coded the game? And I totally forgot. And it's so new, too. It's so new. I remember watching, like, bloopers and behind-the-scenes footage for the NBC show The Office, as if you guys don't know what it is, but of The Office. And listening to the people talk about scenes that they couldn't quite remember if the scenes were in, or they just have a hard time with the like the people who make shows. They often have they do not have a great understanding of the show's lore the same way that the viewers do. And I think it's not because they don't care or because they don't spend time. It's just that the lore for a show, you might write several scenes and film them, and then they get cut, and they could even get cut last second, and then they never exist again. And I think it's just very it's probably hard if you make a show to be like, hang on, what's canon again and what's not canon? Is Small Sentry Turret a TF2 reference? No, it's not. It's just because it's smaller. Although I used to play a lot of Engineer in TF2 because, like, you don't need good aim to play Engineer, and Engineer is pretty fun. All you gotta do is worry about spies, and there's nothing they can do. They sap your shit, no problem. There's some nuance here, but in general, if a spy ever saps your thing in TF2, get that sap off first, because if as soon as a spy attacks you, he loses cover, dead instantly, right? But sometimes they'll just keep doing it over and over again. Whack him with your hammer or with your wrench. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Fucking Grace Watts, man. Grace Watts has 8 catharsis right now, and the cap is 10. So I think she's going to be sad for a while. That's too bad. And how about you? Also going to be sad for a while. I saw a dead body. Organ healing serum tastes disgusting. I saw blood. Ugh. Is there any way to get colonists revived automatically when faint, like reviving colonists counts as doctor job? Yeah, it would just need to be someone's job task. Like, it would just need to be someone's responsibility. But yeah, there's definitely a way. And it'd be like pretty much the same way. There's already a context option for it, so like it'd be even easier. I mean, there's already. Why can't I draft though? Because they're all sad. But there's already a context option for waking them up, so I think it'd be pretty easy to do. Just need like a permission or something like that, or just you need, the things. And there's be for like a passed out man.
You should have like a siren that wakes up colonists, like when they're sleeping.
Yeah, like a siren, like in Black and White too, like a person who, like a beautiful woman that tries to captivate men, because that would be fun to add into Starmancer. It's like a trap, like a siren.
Yeah.
And she's got massive boobs, like the siren in Black and White too. Just make her just overly. Like I know what you meant. You meant like a blaring, like an alarm, a siren, like for a submarine. I know.
They should also get like a negative memory.
See you, Cass. Thanks for stopping by.
Being rudely. Yeah. See. Yeah.
Okay. So I need. What can make people happy? People like mental stabilizers. That makes them happy. People like alcohol sometimes. Could alcohol be a solution to my problems, Victor? I mean, a little bit, right? But they should already start drinking alcohol because their morale's so low. So I don't even think I have to do anything with that. Also, if you people want to see Victor's and bigger, just let me know, and then we can focus on what Victor's doing. I mean, people like potato soup and stuff, so... Okay, if I just kill everything, if I kill every single thing that's in here, then people will have to not be afraid of stuff anymore, because there's nothing left to be afraid of except for this couple things, but... Oh my god. This is wild. Art. People like art. They call it toilet juice. She has negative 22 bad memories. Mostly from seeing dead people, probably. I passed out. They don't like that. I saw blood. I was sick. Well, she'll be a little bit happier soon. Check this out, dude. Grace Klein is helping Aaron Daniels in combat with Silkworm. That's just an example of the new feature. But then she just didn't, so I don't know what that was. She decided she wasn't going to, so I don't know what that's about. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some other reason that she didn't do it, though. Such as that she's currently... Oh, you know what? Just because it might be because she was currently in an airlock. Because it just occurred to me that I invoked this event, Victor, called "on attempted to fight." It's not a guarantee that they'll fight. It just means that, hey, if I can, I'm gonna try to fight this person. For example, a pacifist colonist will absolutely display that message, and they'll never ever help them to fight.
No.
But they'll still try to. They just won't do it. I have 4 power left. How is my ore refinery currently having a light on? Who knows? What's talking? Talking's hard. Graham got his first report card from Young Fives today, and it said, "Graham is such a sweet boy. He gets more of a shell every day." I was like, "Oh, that's so sweet." This girl, you know what's so awesome? This girl paid Graham 25 cents to be, so he'd be her boyfriend. Gave him a quarter. Didn't pay him, like gave him a thing. It wasn't like it wasn't like he's not like a gigolo or something.
That sounds like an escort.
That's why I said it that way. But I mean, I actually have. They're like friends. They're like their school friends, and he's like, yeah, Paisley always follows me around. Sometimes he'll draw her pictures, like hearts and stuff. The other day, we gave him 2 pencils, and he's like, "I'm gonna give one to Paisley." I'm like, "That's so sweet." He's like, "If I had 3, I'd give one to Joey." And I'm like, "Well, you could give one to Joey and one to Paisley." And he's like, "Well, no, I'm not doing that. I only have 2, so fat chance, Joey." Can you make so that full equipped rec room gives? Yeah, actually, gives 5 morale calculator that. Yeah, I mean, it could give a boost somehow. Like we have, and I think I would love to do the same thing with bedrooms. I would really like to do it with bedrooms, for example, and that would be I think it to be a similar gameplay loop with the rec room. We could just do both, but what I mean is that see how this guy's -7. I think it'd be nice if you could be like, okay, where's your bedroom, and I can go over to his bedroom. He doesn't even have to see it, and I just build him a bedroom. I put like the best stuff in it. Then he gets +2, +3, +4, +5. I think that'd be great. Because pain in the butt when there is emotional unstable constant, the only way to fix the message, right? And also the medicine just fixes it immediately, also, which I think is dumb. So, like, for example, if you give him a mental stabilizer, it just fixes itself right away.
Yeah.
You know? But, like, in this case, he has -23 bad memories. I don't even know how to counteract that. It's just so many. I guess with a bunch of positive memories, like art and free time, for example, would help. I'm going to assign him programming, and that'll give him a +1 as well. If I can just get some art. Some farts. Some art farts. Is he starving? What's this all about? Why did he just... Oh, because he's a zombie. Oh my god, his organs are so damaged. Okay, you know what? We don't need so many of it. We can just get by. I feel like we can just get by with one radar dish for now. Okay. Aaron Daniel started fighting Slinker. Yeah, take him out. Take it out. Water, scrap, electro jellies. Were you fighting? Do not fight. Do not do that. Do not engage. And also, don't explore. Just murder. Just murder this thing. He's going to explore immediately to be like, I want to see the spot I've never seen before. It's like my area is just so... Oh my god, there's just so many of these things. I'm going to kill like all but like one of these jellies, I feel like. Good for food, though. Good for morale. Hold on, the world is going to mend and when it's all gone. Okay, what if I just shut down everything? Nothing's draining power now. I really need a researcher. Okay, don't go to... Oh, I can't even context order him. I have 57. Can I grow anybody? No. No, I can't. All this game needs is fishing. At first, I thought you said all this game needs is finishing. I'm like, yeah, I think so too. Every great sim has it. I mean, fishing would be amazing. And we just need to give it a sci-fi twist. What would the sci-fi twist be? I don't know. What if it's just fishing? There is no sci-fi twist. It's just fishing. Panic. Colonists with panic is just such a drain. What if I just murder people and regrow them? Why don't I just do that? I'm just gonna kill people and regrow them, honestly. By the way, Victor, you want to know the best way to murder somebody now?
No.
Knock them out when they're outside and steal their helmet.
No.
Instant death. Great way to get rid of people. It's the best way, probably.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, there should probably be something about not being able to steal things that are equipped.
Why? Well, in this case, you have to
Because
context
then-
order. In this case, you have to context order it, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, but like a pirate, you could just steal the gun and just...
I don't see an issue with that. If they have to be knocked
Well-
out first, I don't see. I'm saying if they have to be knocked out, I don't see an
Oh.
issue with that. That's
Yeah.
a pretty big difference. It's like, okay, well,
Yeah.
you could already murder them once they're knocked out, so it's not broken in my opinion. You have to knock them out first. And even if you did, let's say that like it takes 3 seconds. It takes like 3 seconds to hack a bot, so that in that time they can attack you a little bit. So like it could be balanced in that way. But anyway, yeah, it's like once if the thing is unconscious, this is also assuming the pirates have helmets that can be removed, you know. And they might not. They might just have like a helmet that's sort of baked in, and it's not like a gear helmet, you know. Because every pirate probably shouldn't drop a helmet, although maybe they should. I don't know. It gets confusing in Sims, doesn't it? Sim games.
Yeah.
Like if you're playing World of Warcraft and you have a quest to collect wolf eyes or wolf hearts, you kill 3 of them, and none of them drop eyes or hearts, and it's like, do these wolves not have organs? Did I damage them too much when I was destroying it? Are you saying there's a need for a space piranha? Yes, I am. Also, space piranhas could attack space whales. You have to save them. Also, we already do have space jellyfish. Is that this jellyfish UAP? Victor, we should put this on the UFO subreddit and then see if we can just get like go viral. From being like, we have here's our jellyfish UAP, guys. Space shrimp would be amazing. I'm down for space shrimp. Ah, crystals. Wait, can I get in this way? Because sometimes there's other ways to get in. Nope, I can't walk to it because they can pathfind automatically to it, so you'd know. Coffee bean. I mean, I might just take that for myself, for Aaron Daniels, so he never has to stress this stuff anymore. You can move this. You can move all this stuff, guys. So all this stuff you can move now. You can even move the sewage terminal if you want. It just costs pigments. We need a way to craft pigments with money. Or with, not with money, but with,
yeah,
whatever. Just with supplies, material. Can I get in somehow? No, there's no way to get in. I wish you could break a window. Just get in. Just seeing what there is to see.
There was like some way, right? You could place a window and then replace the
Oh,
window,
right. You
so-
said something like you can replace. Yeah, you said this. You told me this. You can like, I'm looking for a wall. Like you can just like replace the window and then just delete it. Yeah, I'm not gonna. That's so funny. I'm not gonna do that though. But that's so funny. I just did it, but yeah. So you can still get in. I mean, I think that if you're men, if the idea is that they can somehow dismantle your own walls, I don't see why they couldn't dismantle these other walls. It doesn't, you know. It's just maybe it's too easy if they can, but that would be the only reason against it. It's the only reason they can't. In fact, that's the only reason you can't destroy these walls, just because it might be too easy if you can. Why not make a full habitat of space fish monster like mine? Like a mine? That'd be really cool. You mean like the magma cavern? Who's this guy, Aaron Daniels? He no longer needs to sleep, so he can just work instead this whole time. This dude just pooped outside when he was fighting a slime. Is that normal? He just pooped. I don't know. This jelly's not moving, but I don't care. Drinking something. This dude's just drinking alcohol. This guy is once again fleeing from a space jellyfish because everything he sees terrifies him. His morale is not nearly as high as it was a second ago either. Oh my god. Okay, this guy has 2 morale. And, oh, he's currently hungover for 2 hours. So if he stops being hungover, it'll be okay, right? In 2 hours, he'll be happier. Would you not poop yourself with fighting a monster? Oh, I do, definitely. That's, you know. That's why I was asking, is that weird that he did that? Because every time I fight jellyfish in real life and slimes, I do it. What are slimes? Slimes are what I call the Turks or something. Just some ethnic group that I hope isn't offended by that. I don't know. I picked Turks. I picked Turks at random. I hope that people don't call them slimes. Those fucking slime balls. I don't know. I hope they don't. How to crap outside of spacesuit. It's like a hole. Like a tube, I think. You know? You guys ever watch Nathan For You? Well, in Nathan For You, there's an episode in which he serves chili at a hockey game undercover. And he does this by wearing a big coat, a series of tubes that pour out the chili from the reservoir into a cup and stuff. That's pretty much what it is. Thailand, he comes up with a good idea. He says anal airlock. What do you think about that, Victor?
What?
It reminds me of the World of Warcraft days, where you'd be like anal hemorrhage, you know?
No.
You don't remember that? People in chat would be like, say, like you type anal and then you link a skill that would be funniest. So, for example, anal hemorrhage, you know, anal moonfire, whatever, you know, just funny stuff. Anal blah, blah, blah of the 1,000 winds or whatever. It's just sort of, anyway, you know, it's just something to do when you're 12, you know. You're just grinding things, you know. Try to make some anal puns. Oh, this guy is no longer has negative morale. He has 0 morale, but I think he needs +1. And he'll get that in some amount of time, hopefully. So soon I'll have 2 workers. What's up, Cooler? SK. He's from South Korea. It's Cooler, South Korea. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, you know what? I just need everybody to research with a high priority. That's just what's going to happen here. Is everyone is just going to start researching for me? I don't even care who you are. I need everyone on researching right now. I really need to clean too. These people, there's so much poop in my base, Victor. Who are you running
Oh,
away
yeah,
from,
I
your
was thinking
friend?
we should add like charges to cleaning solution, and then a cleaner could use it to like clean it faster or something.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea. I was just thinking about the implementation of it. Yeah, it's a good idea. I was just thinking, like, how does that work? Because it's like, I would imagine, here's the thing. In my mind, cleaning solution, like, I guess it could just make you clean so much, like instant maybe. It's just cleaning is already so fast. It seems like what it really needs is the ability to AOE clean, which is definitely could, by the way. It could be like a thing like if you clean and you have the cleaning solution in your inventory, then every time you clean, you actually clean a 3x3 area. So,
Yeah.
and it just happens automatically. It's not a thing that the colonists won't try to maximize it. Sometimes they'll still do a chunk that's like all by itself and it's not efficient, but that might be okay, right?
Yeah.
Just need to subscribe to the event correctly and just do something interesting and then just get all the floors in the area. I think that's doable.
Cleaning can also be based on how dirty your floor is. So like the dirtier, the longer it takes, and then cleaning solution just makes it.
Yeah, I just think, but I still just think like that's good, but I don't think that does too much. Whereas I think that because you have to let your base get so dirty first, you know, and also like what's the difference in time going to be from, a little bit dirty compared to like as dirty as it can possibly be, like how long does it take to clean that floor? 10 seconds or something, whatever it is. But I just feel like if you do an AOE, it's like you knock out so many so fast before it has a chance to spread.
Yeah, because what I'll see is someone cleaning and then they're like spreading it as they clean, and then they just have to keep cleaning.
Okay, I need chem. This will just be like my chem closet. Chem closet. How big is the chem station? It's not very big, so I could probably... Oh, I don't have any metal framework. Okay, I mean, do I need that in this fucking game? Okay. Whole framework. Just kidding. It's not metal. It's whole framework. Duh. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, who are you, Grace? Grace Klein, engineering, also loves to scavenge. Let's make you engineer, but are you scared of stuff? You're still scared of everything. How can I... Is there a dead body somewhere that they can see? Also, don't they like seeing electro jellies? No, they do, okay. It still scares them, though. Yeah. It's like being scared of a butterfly or something. Which is funny. I need to improve morale by 1. What can I do here? Could I make him drunk? Could I make him drink something? Oh, Grace Klein's not back out of it. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I need you to maintain this. I want you to maintain 5. And I don't care so much about scrap. I do want you to maintain 200 of these. Grace Klein. I'm gonna write this ship, dude. It's happening. I'm writing this ship. I need scrap though, don't I? I don't have any scrap. What do you want? What does your contract want? Data ship? I can't afford that. Data ship times 9. Does that say 77 ice? No, it just said 7. Okay, it just said 17. I was like, 77 is so much. I'll never need ice again. Hold on, the rumor, the wound is gonna mend, and when it's all gone. I need music or something, man. I'm gonna write this ship somehow. You know? I just don't know how. But somehow I will. Okay.
You're gonna what?
Write the ship, like put it the right way. Like if something's upside down, you make it the right way. So I'm trying to write the ship. Like if it's... What's up, Voxney? For some reason, I don't know what happened in my mind. I read your name as Voxnia, and I was like, who's Voxnia? And then I'm like, oh, it's just Voxney. And what's up? It's because you put Starmancers, I think. And that's all it takes to confuse me. How much whole framework do I need again? I need like 20. I need 20. I need 20 of them. 20. I'll never get enough, so. Jesus, my mom. Bam. Just waiting. Is there a way to make smoke that increases morale but increases oxygen intake by using alcohol as the only addictive substance? It's kind of boring. Oh, because. Yeah, I mean, I agree that it would be fun. I just don't know. I mean, maybe it's fun. I mean, obviously, I would love to have weed. I think weed is cigarettes. I think cigarettes are better in terms of having being bad as well. Like cigarettes or weed would be fun, or both would be fun, and they'd all be fun. Anyway, is there a way to make it? Yeah. When you say that it increases oxygen like requirements, I think that's interesting. I don't know in terms of gameplay. I don't know what we would do for that. I don't know why I'm having a hard time articulating this, but certified space. I love that. Certified space goods. Because right now colonists don't need that much oxygen. So if they needed more oxygen, I don't even know if you could tell that they needed more. You know. Like if I increase the amount of oxygen that this colonist needs by 3x, like 3 times, I don't even know if it'd have a gameplay difference. Anyway, I think it's a great idea. I'm just trying to wonder, like, okay, how can we do this? It could do like lung damage, maybe. Okay, you could do lung damage, and that's sort of nice, and they start to bleed and stuff. You know. And also, it'd be great if you could have more than one vice. Like, I love that you can have. Like you can have alcohol and cigarettes, so it's like you have two things now that you're tangoing with is even better. Is there any way you can add an accessibility feature or one could skip the build menu maybe? Possibly. And you mean in an like a somewhat like not a paint, like just something that's easy enough. Possibly. What happens if I do this? What happens if there's a scalar on this somehow of 4, but I don't know where. Is it here? Okay, well, not everything. Some things are nested, so it's not going to work for everything, apparently. But I don't think it'd be like...
You can change it from scale with screen size to like a set ratio.
Constant pixel size, perhaps?
Yeah.
4, 8. We could do it like this. Something like that. We see there's like some little issues because there's like some other things, but I don't think it'd be that hard to scale it up. I mean, we could have a max scale, you know. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, and then it's like just a little bit bigger, and 6, and just a little bit bigger than that. See, so you can play like this.
No.
There's just some issues with usability at high scales, probably.
No.
Maybe some buttons might look weird, but I feel like if it's for accessibility, I mean. If it was me, I'd rather, hey, you know what? I'd rather just hey, scale it up, and I'll accept that sometimes it's not perfect. I just want something usable for me. I feel like most people who have accessibility issues, they're like, hey, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just give me something, man. Like, just, you know, I'll figure out the rough edges. That's okay. Just give me something that I can play with, you know? Yeah, I figured, like, the first time I did, like, 8x, so I figured if you go 4x, like, 5 or 6x is probably great, you know? Because right now it's the scale's 4, so arbitrarily, but well, I don't know if it's arbitrary necessarily, but you know. Okay, everyone is actually happy again. Victor, I just think that the snap idea, Victor. First of all, I hope that someone on Discord came up with the snap idea and you just stole it, because I keep giving you praise for it, and it'd be so funny to me if you didn't even come up with the idea.
Well, man, it's very similar to the Remoral system.
Oh, so you just stole it from Tywin Lannister. That dude will fucking kill us, man. He'll shoot us with a crossbow.
Yeah.
Did you even watch Game of Thrones or read it?
Yeah.
Okay,
okay.
okay.
I watch it.
So do you get the reference that he shoot us with a crossbow?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's dead, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit, spoilers.
Yes, I know. I was like, well, I don't want to say it too much, but I don't think it's that big of a deal because I mumble anyway. So it's like, so I was like, I don't want to say it though. So many shows try to copy Game of Thrones after it came out, and it was frustrating. And then they kind of have stopped, but is that just what happens when like HBO sets the trend? You know, like people are just gonna try to copy whatever was sort of popular. What happened to all of my things? Oh, I see. It kind of broke that. Game of Thrones was good. People complain too much expecting a happy ending. I think so too. Like, okay, there's a difference between the show Game of Thrones and the book Game of Thrones. First, they're two different mediums. And second, you can be dissatisfied with the conclusion of a story. But it doesn't mean that like the whole thing retroactively is awful, or that the episode itself is bad, or that any episodes become worse, or anything like that. It's just people love to connect the story so much with it. I just wish they wouldn't, you know? By the way, another thing with morale is that most of the solutions for morale need to be doable somewhat early game. Or at least, it's like, early game you'll have more morale issues than late game. So I was thinking about cigarettes. Where do you get cigarettes from? Do you find them? I mean, I think you should be able to make them somehow. Exactly. Like there are movies where I like, but the endings are mediocre. Right. I feel that way about many Stephen King books, is that the endings just kind of meander, but the actual movie itself is excellent, or like is fun, or the book is fun, or the idea. Like the Tommy Knockers was great, even if the ending at times can be weird. I recently watched Dr. Sleep, and the ending, the third act feels a little bit tacked on. I think this happens a lot, third acts of movies. I think that, you know, you have the crew come out. Also, I watched Wonka, and the third act of that movie feels like a fever dream. So, but anyway, it happens a lot. The third acts can be kind of rushed or weird, but I think the movie's still great. Anyway, Dr. Sleep though, most of the third act didn't have any logical sense, but it was still really. It was so. I mean, I think Dr. Sleep is a great movie. Also, when I was younger, I used to watch a lot of indie films, and now I don't have time for it. Now I just want to watch like polished AA or AAA type of movies, because they're actually good movies. Like they're produced well, they have good writing, the cinematography's good, they're enjoyable to watch. Even if the plot is kind of basic, like The Marsh King's Daughter, for example, seems somewhat low budget, very small cast, pretty simple, pretty by the numbers, but enjoyable because the people who made it know how to make movies, and so they know how to edit the things well, they know how to shoot the shots so it looks good, they know how to do lighting. So I should have some broccoli before watching Wonka. Honestly, yeah, if you do, I think it would be a lot of fun. If by broccoli you mean any sort of drug like weed or whatever, yeah, I think it would be fun. I think it'd be more fun. But I thought Wonka was pretty fun even without it. It's just that, like, it's rated PG, but I felt like it's not really great for, like, young kids. Especially at one point, he almost gets killed, but they drown him in chocolate, and he almost dies. In a somewhat scary way. But I think if you're like 8, it's like if you're like over 6, it's like perfect. But I think if you're like a 3-year-old or 4-year-old, I don't know. I don't think it's like amazing. But I think like a young kid, and I took my kids to see it, but I mean they have fun with it too. And there's songs and it's chocolate and it's bright colors, so it's, of course they still love it. Bum, 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 bum. I must have DNA frags. And then all my problems go away. Or at least enough of them go away. I need biomass. I have no biomass somehow. I didn't even know that was possible, so. Okay, 200. I need poop, biomass, and galarium. And I also need some pipes, and I need a waste recycler, and okay, I have it already. Oh, it's right up here, actually. Okay. Okay. Movie 43. What's movie 43? Is that a movie with a bunch of famous people in it that wasn't rated very highly? And it was made several years ago? Yes, it is. It is that. It is that exact thing. Yes. 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 I never actually saw it. You know what I really liked was VHS, which was made by a bunch of different horror film directors, and there was like 6 stories in there. 6, but I really like. I really like short stories actually, because I think movies, books, whatever. I think short stories are the best way to sort of tell a story. When something's really long, like a full movie, it's not enough just to have an interesting concept or idea. It then needs to have like a plot and resolution and, you know, things that happen. And sometimes that part isn't as interesting. It's like often the case that 20 minutes of an idea is really entertaining, but 90 minutes of that idea, it just isn't that interesting. I love the Animatrix. The Animatrix was amazing. I mean, it's dark, though. It's disturbing. I watched it in the 5th grade or something after I watched the first Matrix, or 6th grade, something like that. But there are some disturbing scenes. I mean, there's that. I still remember that scene when the robot couple is in court and the humans just rip them to pieces. It's like the king and queen or like whatever. And the humans just rip them to pieces. Like they rip off their clothes. You can see her titties. Like it's like brutal. But also awesome. The Animatrix is amazing. Yeah, VHS #1 I thought was really fun. So, and they made sequels based up because of the success of it. And I don't think they're ever as good, but the first one I thought was really fun. And it came out like in 2012 or something, like forever ago. It was pretty old. Which is wild. 2012 is 12 years ago now, Victor.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'll interact with like 18, 19, 20 like young people, and it doesn't quite dawn on me that like they're like from a different generation, that they're different, that they're, because sometimes I interact with them and I think, oh, they're just this way because they're young, but then I'm like, no, wait, these guys are like 22 years old. They're not that young. They just act differently because every generation acts a little bit different, you know. You're old people too. I'm 31, so I'm not super old, but I'm old enough. But anyway, and then the new generation starts to act different, and then you're like, oh, this is what it looks like when they act different. Okay. Oh my god, thank you. Everyone has snapped back out of it. Okay, my wall is finally being built, which means that next I'm going to start working on some other stuff. I'm older than you by 10 years next month, so you're 41. I'm whatever I am. Well, you're 40 right now, apparently. Not too much older. I also find that like the older I get, like I have more in common with people who are 10 years older than me than 5 years younger, you know? I think also like when people are young, it's just such a different, you're trying to figure out your place in the world. There's so much going on. When you're young, you really haven't been on your own very long. You haven't really been tested. You haven't been frustrated. You know, there's so many things that never happen to you when you're young. And you have so many aspirations still, probably, and dreams, and you hope everything works out okay. And sometimes it does, but sometimes it doesn't. Put some windows here so people can kind of look outside. Oh, there's a no-go zone right there. Let me just get rid of that. Oops. Okay. Oh, I see. It is broadcasting on Steam, even though it says it's not. Oh, I see. It just worked eventually. Okay. Okay. Alright, okay. Victor, what are you making right now? Oh, the cryopod or something.
Stasis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like the stasis pod, that makes more sense. I looked over and just saw like a circle. I was like, what are you making right now? God, the pee, dude. I have to pee so bad. But not that. I have to pee in a way that like, you know, it's going to pass like in a couple seconds. It's a coffee pee. My download speed is 0.95 right now. That is, where do you live, Vox? And you said wondering if the snow is messing with your internet. I live in Michigan, and it's been cold and snowy. I don't know where my boots are. I lost my boot. They're somewhere. I have boots somewhere. I have to find them. All right, who's on chem? Anybody? Who's Grace Watts? Isn't my security guard? All right, Grace Watts, you're going to do chemistry as well. So. I was watching Dr. Disrespect yesterday, and he had to download the new Call of Duty update, and it was pretty big. It's like 50, it was like 35 gigs or something. And that dude, his speed is so fast, he downloaded it in like 2 minutes. I live in Kentucky in the middle of nowhere. My closest neighbor is an eighth of a mile away. My grandma and some of my relatives live in Kentucky. In fact, they live in somewhere. They live somewhere. What's up, Harbinger? Where do they live? The west side, Paducah. They live in West Paducah. They live in Central Time Zone. Man, I wish my internet was that fast. I think here we can get, I live in Bay City, Michigan. I think we can get about I think we get like 1 gigabyte download internet speed. 1 gigabit probably, which is really fast. But it's like kind of expensive. It's like $200 a month, $300 a month, you know? So. Which is a little bit pricier than I would want to pay for my use cases, for what I need. Because I can get like, like 300, 400 megabit per month internet for like $80. Or you can upgrade to the even faster, the gigabit, but you have to pay an installation fee, like $200. They have to put in like some whatever, and then it's pretty expensive per month. So you're paying $140 a month. Yeah, I mean, don't quote me on it too much because I last updated my internet speed like 2 years ago. Like it was a while ago, but I'm guessing it's similar still, where it's just kind of expensive and pricey. And all we have around here is Charter. So. Or is it Spectrum now? It might be Spectrum. I don't know. They changed their names. And then I still call IGA IGA. I don't call them Food Prides. Because I just didn't grow up with that, Victor, there's zero chance you know what an IGA is, right? I mean, like 0%, right? It's like a little grocery store chain that I think is local to Michigan. Like, it's small, too. It's, like, not big. It's not a big chain at all. Can't wait to moving on to internet. The highest I can get is 25/2. Like, megabit? Megabyte? That's very slow. That's so slow. Does Starlink have good internet speeds, like, better than that? I don't know what their speeds are. I know it's satellite, so it's not that fast, but maybe Starlink is an option. And also, like, so many things now need fast internet speed that you, like so many, okay, there's so many websites and apps, whatever that you use, that will not even function that great if you don't have good internet speeds. And it's very frustrating. Things just don't work that are supposed to work. Things don't work correctly, like just things like that happen. Oh my God, increase production by 1. Thank you. Thank you, God. That was my sissy. You can actually just maintain 210. Supposedly it is good, Starlink, but I can't contact customer service, and if I can't get hold of customer service, it makes me question service. Dude, from what I understand, customer service is always an issue with Elon Musk's companies. And I know that when you're growing and you're growing fast, there's probably some issues with it, but, it should make you a little bit weary of it. But at least with Starlink, there's really no physical problems you could possibly have, except for, like, your receiver that you use could be maybe broken. But obviously, like, if a satellite, like, the satellites, that hardware is not your concern whatsoever. So, but then there might just be unexpected downtimes, and for me, internet needs to be up 99.9% of the time. How well does it do when, like, I don't know how satellite internet works. Like, can it penetrate really thick clouds? Like, does it work like that? Because I remember when I was a kid, there'd be satellite TV, and they'd be like, well, sometimes it doesn't work as great during a big storm. But That was like 20 years ago, so I assume the technology is better now than it was. Ooh, here's an Abyssal Eye portal. I need that, actually. So what I'll do is I'm going to make a no-go zone around it. This big. And then I'm going to keep it. Or try to, at least. I'm almost out of scrap. Looking at microwave. Ha, no. Yeah. Not exactly, since it is line of sight type internet. If it is super stormy or cloudy, there could be some issues. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I love the idea of having, like, a cabin somewhere in a remote area. Microwaves would be fun, by the way. I don't know specifically what they would do. They could be a cooking apparatus, like appliance somehow. But, like, with the internet, I think that, like, with Starlink, if you live in, like I live in Michigan, so if you lived in, like, the Upper Peninsula or somewhere remote Canada or, like, Alaska, I feel like Starlink is great because without it, you're never getting internet because no one's building lines out there. So, like, from that aspect, it's amazing. But if you have a physical line, that's probably going to be better almost always, I'm thinking, right? It's just the road you're on. They're like 4 houses on the road, it's half mile long. Right, so they're not going to pay to put good lines through there, you know? Because I grew up in a pretty remote area. Very rural. You had one stoplight. I remember it was very exciting when a Subway moved into the gas station in town. It was a big deal. And like if we were having fancy dinner, we'd go to Subway. That was it. There was a Subway, there was an IGA. And we'd get Subway sometimes, and then my parents would exchange like a whole carton of beer, empty beer cans, you know, and then they get the new ones without the deposit. You know, Victor, in the state of Michigan, every canned, like, it's like every carbonated can, you have to pay 10 cents for it, and then you get that 10 cents back if you recycle it.
Yeah, it's the same here.
Yeah, which is a good system, and for us, it's really necessary because we have so many beaches, and people love to get drunk on beaches and stuff like that, and just leave their cans. And so, but if you collect the cans, if you're a poor person, if you're a kid, by poor I meant like if you were just like homeless or something, whatever. But like you can just collect, if you want beer money, if you're a kid, you can just collect the cans and rake in some money. 10 cents per can, you know, it's not that bad. 10 cans for $1, you can make a killing. Like 4th of July, you can make a lot of money. You could even, if you're a kid, you could be like, hey, you guys have any, you know, can I have the cans? I'll return them for you. You know, you could do that. I know one person getting 5 megabits from Starlink and paying $160 a month for that. That's wild. That's not worth it at all, $160 a month. I would just download stuff with, just have big storage drive or something. You got glass fiber a couple years ago, night and day? I bet. I mean, that's so much faster. I mean, that's like, it's like, I mean, those speeds are like if you connected everything in your house with Ethernet, like directly connected, it's just so fast. Imagine the day that they can transmit like the data completely lossless. And I'm guessing glass fiber is getting pretty close to that, right?
Yeah, man, isn't that the speed of light?
Well, something can be the speed of light, but it still gets degraded. For example, a series of mirrors that you use to project light will eventually fade away, right? Like, it wouldn't last forever. That's what I mean. So, like, even if the medium itself, or like, even if the thing can go forever, it can get degraded. And I imagine it like a Wi-Fi signal, if it doesn't hit any interference, probably doesn't degrade too much ever. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about the science. I don't know enough about the materials, about the engineering of. I don't know. But there used to be a guy here. He would wake up 5 every morning, any weather, and walk between 2 towns and click cans. Yeah. No one aside from family knew he was secretly a millionaire just from clicking the cans. He did it every day for 43 years. Yeah, it's not a bad. Like, I mean, obviously you're not going to become rich. I mean, this guy. There's no way he became a millionaire doing it, but like he was probably secretly wealthy, and then, or he has a huge operation, you know. But it's great. I mean, I think it's a really good. It provides an amazing incentive for people to clean up the litter. And I don't think the cost is too much. I mean, it's 10 cents. Because an issue sometimes with deposits is that they can adversely affect poor people. And just fines in general. You know, they disproportionately affect people who have less money. In a way that I often think was not the intention. But it's like a practical necessity of it. You know, like a speeding ticket, for example, has a flat fee typically. My state, I think.
Yeah.
And if like money isn't an issue, I mean, it's basically just free, you know? Like it's just there's no penalty for you.
I think there was like in Denmark or something, or Norway, they introduced like a percentage-based
I think that's good.
fee.
I mean, and I'm fine with them capping it. Like they could even cap it at like 1% of your monthly income, or you know, so not even very high. So it would still be more unfair for poor people, but at least there's an attempt to remedy it in a fair way. Like for example, if someone is a billionaire, they shouldn't be charged 1% of their net worth for a speeding ticket. That would be insane, right? So so they wouldn't be charged in equal, but at least it's more fair. And I think that's sort of all we can do, right? Is like, okay, we'll try to make it a bit more fair.
Well, I mean, why shouldn't they though?
Because that's an insane amount of money, and what's the purpose? What is the purpose of the money? Oh, okay, I'll tell you why, Victor. Because the purpose of the penalty is not to. The whole purpose is not to make someone go bankrupt from it, right? Like that's the whole purpose of it. Like you shouldn't take money from people just because they have more money doesn't mean that you ought to take more money from them on principle. I mean, but when it comes to things like speeding tickets, the fine is the penalty, so they're not penalized as much. But I think that a poor person who's penalized $100 and then you have a rich person who's penalized $10,000, I think both people would be like, okay, that's a decent chunk of change I don't want to have to spend anymore. 1% of a billionaire, that's crazy. And if you honestly believe that, that's wild because that's so much money.
Yeah, but
yeah,
I mean, if it's 1% of a poor person's like monthly income, then
yeah, well, like I said, it's a little bit unfair, but it's because there should be a max cap on how much you can charge something. You know, if you could put it another way, right? Like if one person who might live to be 100 years old, another person might live to be 60 years old, and they both go to prison for 10 years. Who is more disproportionately affected? It's a person who has less of the resource available at the time, right?
yeah.
I mean, let's say someone lived for 1,000,000 years because they're a vampire, you know, you're like, okay, well, we're going to lock you up for 1,000 years for committing the crime of, you know, whatever, something that would be like a 6-month penalty, you know? It's like, okay, there needs to be a cap. Because it's not just about punishing them so hard they can't do it. And also, if it's unfair, if it's unfair, by the way, if it's unfair to punish a poor person by making them pay too much, it's also unfair to punish a rich person by making them pay too high of a percentage of their income. I don't think the morality changes just because you have more resources, personally. But again, there should just be a max cap. I think there should just be a max cap of it or something, you know? Or even just paying less if you have less money or something. But then there still needs to be some amount of compensation. Because the fine is just a penalty. And also, I think it's partially a processing fee, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah.
You know? In Germany, you have a separate point count for the severity of traffic violations. If you exceed a certain value per 6 years, they take away your license. It's a similar thing in the state of Michigan where I live. You have points, and then like and then if you lose your points, you do something else, you know? And also because the reality of the fines, Victor, are that they just go to government. And for what? What are they doing with that money? You know?
I mean,
what are they doing with it?
Useful stuff.
Oh, yeah, hopefully, but they never are. Not in my country, at least. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. Flint still doesn't have clean water.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you're saying hopefully. Like, just give them money. Just give them more of your stuff. They'll figure it out. They know what's going on. That's more my philosophy. Is like... But I don't like big government. But you're more of a fan of big government as like a life philosophy.
Yeah.
But I like small government because I don't really trust the government. The government is so incompetent, and it's like, or rather, there's always going to be some government incompetence, in my opinion. You know, there's some. They'll never be very good. And I've never seen an example in my country of government performing more efficiently than private market. I don't think ever. Maybe never. I think like the United States, like the government's post service got better after like a bunch of other companies started offering like 2-day shipping and stuff. But it's because government bureaucracies never have any incentive to optimize, because they get funds and the funds are pretty much guaranteed every year. And I think it's pretty rare for a budget to decrease for something. So instead, it always just gets bigger, and it spends more money on it, and then more money, and then oh well, let's just find people more money. But anyway, so there's just 2 points of it, right? It's like it's a penalty, you know, you're being punished for the fine, but also the money is going, ideally it's going to something nice, you know? It's like, oh, they're doing something with that money they're taking from me. But the same thing could be true of taxes. Why not just keep raising taxes higher and higher, you know? It's because at a certain point, it's just wild. Okay, I almost have enough frags. I think I need more poop, though. What a wild world we live in. I need to maintain some amount. Can I afford liquid pipes? Or I mean liquid storage? Probably, right? 1 biomass tank coming up. Bam, 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 bam. Also, I feel like when it comes to things like speeding ticket violations, the price should just be the price for the fine. And then if you have less money, they should reduce the cost you have to pay, I think is the best way to do it. As opposed to increasing, even though the net effect is the same, as opposed to increasing it, I think the best thing to do is like if you have to pay for garbage collection, like that costs some amount of money, right? And if you're poor, then the government can subsidize it, so then they'll pay the trash company on your behalf, you know, and the trash company still gets paid. That way they can pay out their employees. And then if you have more money, you just don't, you know, you have to pay full price. I think something like that is good.
I still think if you're rich, you should still, like, the economic hit should be noticeable.
I don't think there should be an upper value limit to percentile-based fines or taxes. Rich people can afford it no matter how ridiculous numbers get. But I mean, once you go into percentages, a poor person, like if you charge them 1% of their income, they can afford 100 of those. And a rich person can afford 100 of those. I guess my point is that 1% is just too high. Like, I don't think the cap should ever be a percentage-based cap. And if it is, it should be like somewhat low, you know?
Well, I mean, I guess you can compare, like, what would a rich person do with that 1%?
What does the poor person do with the 1%? Nothing. Garbage. They'll buy nothing. Nothing either. So who cares about that? I mean, arguing what the person will do with their money is not the government. It's not the government's responsibility to determine what someone's going to do with their money, and if they're going to do something good with it, then they can keep it. That's not the purpose of it.
No, I don't mean
it's only a punishment.
I mean, because like a poor person might like, okay, I'll have to give up like my subscription for something like.
Oh, no one's thinking that when they get a fine. I mean, maybe somewhat, but instead they're thinking like, oh my God, that's $100. I'm not gonna be able to pay my bills. Or like I don't think they're thinking like, oh gosh, I have $100 bill. I'm gonna cancel my Netflix subscription. I think they're just like, oh my gosh, this is gonna suck.
Yeah, but for a poor person, it's like a Netflix subscription. For a rich person, it's like a country club membership. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's
but
like
that's not if they get the fine. It's a one-time fee though. They're not like cancel. No one's canceling any subscriptions based off of like a speeding ticket. I'm thinking like a speeding ticket type of situation.
But the idea is like they both have to give up something. Like the rich person might.
I don't think either one should have to give up something.
But they've been speeding. Like they have to.
They have to be punished. Yeah, some money. Yeah, but I don't think they should. I think that first of all, like the way I view it is that like the first speeding ticket should be free, the second speeding ticket should be a fine, and there should be an increasing fine you have to pay, you know, per incident that you go into it, because it becomes clear that the punishment is not stopping the behavior. So I think that like that's fine as well, you know. Yeah. But I'm arguing just like philosophically, you know. I don't think it's fair to take more money from a person just because they have more money. However, it gets slippery when you talk about something like trying to punish somebody. That, you know, the incentive to not speed is that you have to pay money. And that incentive does not affect a rich person at all. So in that aspect, it doesn't even work. But I'm almost to the point that I don't think that money penalties, maybe these don't even make sense at all. Like, penalize them in other ways, you know? Like, I don't know what that is, but maybe like after your third speeding ticket, you're going to the jail for like 12 hours or something, you know? Like, we're going to start taking away your time. Like, maybe that's the way. I don't know, you know?
But I mean, for a rich person, that's going to be like 1% of their salary, right?
Huh. What, 12? What do you mean, 12 hours of like their time?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think there's any, first of all, there's no way to compare, time versus the amount of money you make. But
Well,
I definitely think that a rich person, if you take 12 hours from them, that's much more harmful than someone who's probably poor, because the rich person is in terms of an incentive. I mean, the rich person might be like, whatever, it's 12 hours, I don't care. But the rich person has things to do.
Bankrupt from one day, but the poor person might.
Oh yeah, because you're taking away wages or something like that because they can't work or whatever. Sure. But I would think that if you just take, and it would graduate. So at first, you don't have any jail time, and then eventually, you're doing things. What are some resources other than money you can take away? That's time. And if everything just goes back to money, then there's no penalty you can ever apply that's fair to poor people. So I don't think at some point you gotta be like, okay, yes, technically anything that you can do is somehow taking away. Somehow the penalty is going to be related to money. Somehow, I don't see how it could not be related to money, or it's related to something else. But it's like if you take away an hour from a person, if you're rich or poor, an hour still sucks to lose. And there's also cases in which if you're rich, losing an hour is much worse than if you're poor, because you have many more responsibilities, many more things going on. If you're not there, something might mess up. And you can, and in there I imply that poor people don't have as much going on as rich people, but often that's the case. I'm picturing like a super rich person. I'm not picturing like someone who's like a doctor and makes $200K a year. I'm picturing like a wealthy business person who's like busy, and they're the elites that we're thinking of, those types of people. I'm sure they're very busy. So for them, losing time is crazy, and like losing their license is crazy. Obviously, they could get a driver to cover them, but it's a fair penalty. I mean, if the penalty is the same.
Yeah, but also like a rich person probably won't be living like on the edge where it's like they need every working hour.
That's not necessarily because they're rich. They you could be poor and not be living on the edge either.
Yeah.
So, which is of course true if you have good financial security or stability or whatever. Like that can be true too. So, is this not connected? Why are you carrying the poop manually? Strange. Is it because it's not an output object for that? Is it because something in here somewhere is not connected all the way? Is it because... I think it is, though. I think it's all connected. I don't know. Only problem with the rich people tax... Yeah, when I say rich people, I mean like the really rich, too. Not just like someone who's like... I'm just thinking of like the ultra... Like, the very wealthy, And also, the ultra wealthy still care about getting fines as well, Everyone cares about getting fines. But like a speeding ticket fine or a parking ticket fine, like a parking ticket, for example, fine, is nothing if you have money. But it's pretty a big deal if you don't have money. Like $10, for example, is... If you're making decent chunk of change, like that's nothing. Which to me is an example where the incentive doesn't make sense. And I also don't think
people could just park anywhere.
I also don't think it's ethical to charge people a parking ticket, because I don't think it's ethical for the government to take money from people or to monetize people, especially in that way. I don't think it's correct at all. I think that the only way you should be able to take money from people is, well, obviously if you're charging for a good or service, okay, that's fine. But as a penalty, I think it's okay too, because you can take away someone's time, and I'd rather have someone take away my money than my time, right? But like, if you're a city, on whom's authority? Like Bay City, where I live, tiny town, has a 2-hour parking limit, which is so stupid, and they'll charge you $10, right? And it's like, on whose authority? What are you doing with this money? On whose authority are you even charging me? Like, who sets this rate for being penalized? We should restore physical abuse. Rich or poor, no one likes being kicked in the balls. I agree. That'd be another example of something that would probably disproportionately affect rich people, because rich people are probably softer than poor people. I'm guessing poor people have been in more scraps, Negative emotions. Tease them, maybe. Let's start making fun of them, Let's bring back old girlfriends from their fronts. Let's find their high school bullies and, reacquaint them. Give them swirlies, man. Again, my whole argument, though, is that if, the only purpose of having a fine for something is as punishment, right? It's never for making money. It shouldn't be, right? Because it's a crazy plan if you're like, okay, we need X amount of people to get ticketed so that we can make the budget.
Yeah.
So to me, it can only be something else. This guy's depressed and he's just fighting another man now. Good God. Knocked him out. Fighting. Dear God. Why are you fighting this person anyway? Oh God. Oh God. But like back to like the speeding ticket thing that I just can't get over. I would totally be okay with it. Like $10 for a poor person, $1,000 for a rich person. You know, it's just I think that percentage-based caps can get crazy. But like if it's a different crime, like if it's a crime like murder or something, like a serious crime, then it's like okay, gloves are coming off. Then you're really gonna we might take up to 10% of your wealth. Like that's different. But I'm just only thinking of like minor things. Like there's a lot of little things that they're technically illegal, but they're not that like they're not. It's not that immoral to speed, right? It's not that immoral to park in 3 hours in a 2-hour space. It's not that immoral to do it, you know? It's not exactly the crumbling of society. And you could just forget, right? So it's more just like, hey, don't forget, and we're going to penalize you a little bit because you did forget because someone else couldn't park there, you know, in that time. And also we'll use the parking tickets to finance the meter readers, because if we don't finance someone to look for it, how can we look for them? And then it becomes a bit circular, doesn't it? But I think that happens.
Yeah.
Like if you go to jail, like if you go to court, do you think that the criminal, if you're found guilty, should you be responsible for some of the costs of the court? Because you are the reason that service had to be. Like if you call an ambulance, is it okay that you have to pay for the cost of the ambulance? It's wild, right?
I mean, I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you a separate question. So what if there are no ambulances, and then sometime a hospital decides, oh, you know what would be good if we had delivery, right? We'd make more money, get more customers, because almost all hospitals are completely private and for profit, right? So what if they decide, oh, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna start hiring some ambulance drivers, and like, oh, it's such a good system. And then they start talking to like the city people. And they say, hey, this is pretty useful, actually. If someone calls 911, why don't you go ahead and patch them into our system, and then we can go help them out. This is great. It's going to help out the firefighters. You don't need as many first responders. So I think cities do that. Now, at what point should the government pay for this service that didn't previously exist? Do you know?
I mean,
it gets weird, doesn't it? Then if it saves lives, then it's a blank check, right? No matter what the cost is. If it saves lives, let's do it.
Yeah.
You believe that? No, you don't, because it would be ridiculous, obviously, if you took that to all the way. Yeah, of course there's a limit. That's what I'm saying. There's a limit. So it gets complicated, doesn't it? It gets weird. But then, like, it's like things become normal that we just assume it's part of life. Like, oh yeah, there's ambulances. That's just part of life. But there was a time when they weren't part of lives, and it was just a private company doing it. You know?
Yeah, but same with like firefighters.
Same with like what? You say chiropractors?
Firefighters.
Oh, it's like chiropractors. You know? Like, okay. Yeah, I agree. It's just like fire. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's just like firefighters. And then at some point, it's like there needs to. What is this? This messes up because it's a thing here. Yeah. I'm sitting here at work doing paperwork, listening to stream, just laughing at the absurdities of America. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we do pay. Government money is our money. That is true. That is true. And then you end up getting paid. That's also an excellent point, by the way. When the government pays for something, the government's not paying for it. Your neighbors are paying for it. The people in your lives are paying for it. So, for example, if you get like food stamps, which is, if you need it, that's great. You don't want you to starve. But people have this mentality that like they're taking money from the big government, but they're not taking money from the big government. They're taking money from everybody else, the people who pay taxes. That's who you're taking money from. You're taking money from like the allotment that the government gets. Like the government, you know, if they get $1 million and you take 100 of them, you might think, oh, I'm taking some of the government money. And when that money runs out, what do you think happens? They just raise the taxes, and it's other people's money. They just redistribute the money to other people, and they don't do a great job of it in the United States. The comparison between US and EU is mostly absurd because it's not balanced. I think that's true too. I think that's totally, I think that's reasonable as well. Like, it's crazy. And I don't think our taxes are used in an efficient manner at all. So we also pay pretty high tax rates in America. Like, we don't pay like abysmally low tax rate. Like, we don't pay like suspiciously low taxes or anything. In EU, nothing is free like people tend to think. We do pay crazy amount of tax. Yeah. Victor pays crazy tax. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's wild how much you have to pay in taxes. And by the way, it doesn't have to be like that. It just is like that. And then when something's a status quo, it's like, oh, it's okay. I guess you just pay taxes.
Yeah, but otherwise I would have to pay for my.
Well, let me say something else, Victor. Like just in terms of the America sent like so much money, over $1 billion to the Ukraine, right? That was somehow in the budget, and then, but we need to raise taxes so we can have more funds for other stuff. It doesn't add. It doesn't smell right. It just seems like, okay, the money's there. There's enough. If you reproportion the pie slice, there's enough. There has to be enough money. The thing is, it gets complicated with sending money to Ukraine because you don't actually send money to Ukraine. We buy ammunition and equipment and stuff from American companies, and then we send those to the Ukraine. But still, It's a bit dicey though, where you're like, okay, well, the money's there. Why do you need more of my money? You know, like you don't have enough money already to like pay for the goods and services that, we need you to pay for. And then they never lower the tax rate ever again. They're just going to keep going up. And if you don't fight back at every step, they just keep going up. And then a couple up, and then up, and up, and then up. And before you know it, you're paying so much because they never do. They never back down. They'll never back down. They never back down. This up. Just a little bit more. That's why I think it's so important to be diligent about it at every step. Because if you're not, I mean, it slips quick. I think, Tyler, you actually have no idea how much we do pay here. I think most US people can't even imagine. Maybe not, but I know a little bit from having to, give money to Victor and stuff and how much he has to pay in taxes. I might not know all the ways. Like, I might not know all the ways. Like, maybe I have to pay, like, a crazy fee for, like, getting a car, but I'm thinking it's over, like, 50% of your money is gone. That's pretty high. I mean, again, I don't know how much you pay in all the ways. I can't know because I never lived there, right? But, like, on the high-level stuff, I know about, like, the high-level stuff, like income tax, VAT, value-added tax. But, yeah, I'm sure there's so many little ways you have to pay taxes that I'm just I don't even know about, and could never know about. Also, the pop can return thing, paying extra and getting it back if you recycle, is new to me since I moved here. Yeah. And it's fun, though. If you're a kid, it's fun. It kind of sucks sometimes as an adult because I don't like to recycle the cans, but I guess that's the point. But I don't care about the 10 cents. I just throw away the cans. I don't care. Like, I don't give a shit. Because I drink soda infrequently that I'm not going to collect cans.
My sister went to Florida, and she came back and she was so frustrated that they didn't recycle. It was like why are we making such an effort here to like recycle everything?
But it doesn't matter.
In the US, they just like crap all
Yeah,
over.
And what if I told you? What if I told your sister that there are countries outside the US that are even worse?
Yeah.
What if I told you there are countries outside the US that are 1,000 times worse?
Like, definitely the means to do it.
Do they? Oh, they're too lazy. Yeah, something like that. Sure. Yeah, definitely. Like,
no, I mean the US has definitely has the means.
No, I said, but you mean they're too lazy?
Yeah.
Yeah. They just don't want to. What do you, like? What else is the thing? They just don't want to. I mean, whatever way we want, however you want to phrase it, they just don't want to. I just figure it's like they just can't be bothered. It's like that. I just can't. I just don't care. But I think saying lazy is fine. I think it's like, again, 75% tax is crazy. If someone has to pay 75% of their income as tax, the money they bring in, that's too high. That's wild.
Yeah, I mean it's similar here.
Yeah, that's wild. That's so high. That's crazy high. I mean, I might have to pay like
5% is going to be like the higher brackets.
That's what he says. Yeah. If you're like really, really wealthy. I don't know what the highest rates are here either. If you like have actual standard tax brackets, I don't actually know if you look at them, but I don't know. Also, it doesn't seem to me like taxes is a good way to redistribute wealth. It doesn't seem like it works that great.
I think it works pretty well here.
It's like, I just feel like if you increase taxes, does it though? You think taxes is what redistributes the wealth?
Yeah.
Because it might not be taxes. It could be lots of things that sort of come together to do it, It might not just be raising taxes, because if you just raise taxes, it doesn't redistribute any wealth. It just takes the money away. But then unless you're giving the money back, doing something with the money,
of course,
like you need some stuff on top of it.
You need like social programs and welfare.
The taxes are just financing the programs. But it's I don't think it's ever been about redistributing wealth, right? It's always been about making sure that if you don't have enough money, the government will take care of you so you can have a basic, whatever the minimum standard of living is, the government is going to take care of that. But in order to finance that, we have to take money from people because the government doesn't sell anything on its own. So we just have to take some of your money.
And also healthcare and
yeah, that would be a basic standard of living thing. Yeah. But I mean, anyway, in order to pay for that, the only way to do it is to take money, and that's what they do. But that's the part that I think is more about the fairness of it. But raising taxes doesn't do that. Raising taxes just gives you more money, like a bigger pool of money to use.
Yeah.
But it's not necessary to have crazy high tax rates to do. Like I said, to do it, you know. Which is why I'm saying raising taxes on its own, I don't think does anything. It just raises taxes, and the government will just, like in my country's case, I feel like they would just spend more money on things I don't care about and nobody cares about, and nothing great would happen. So it looks like in the United States, by the way, the highest tax rate is 35% of income tax is taxed federally. That's the highest it looks like, and that's if you make over $243,000 a year. So that's not so bad. And at the low end, it's like 0% basically, but. And then you have to pay state tax on top of that, depending on what your state is as well. Like in my state, it's like 5% flat. So you're paying like 40%, you know? And then some other taxes too. If you're, again, this is if you're really rich. Actually, $243,000 that's not like that rich. That's not, you know, but like, it's richer than me, but. And then you're paying like 25% if you have over 100,000, you know? So. 20% sales tax is crazy. That's so crazy. Our sales tax is like 6% here, you know? But 20% is wild. I mean, that increases the cost of something like a car. Like a $20,000 car is going to be so much more expensive. Like, oh my gosh. Like enough that like it matters. Like it's, you know, it's not nothing. Were you depressed, Grace Klein? That's wild. And a carbon tax on energy. And then eventually you just tax everything. You know? I guess here's a way to phrase it, yeah?
Makes sense because then you're taking money from people who can afford, you know.
Wait, what makes sense? No, what did you say makes sense?
Sales tax.
Sales tax is disproportionately affects poor people, which is as well, which isn't fair.
Well, true.
It does just as bad. I mean, it's so... You know, it's even worse than a speeding ticket being disproportional because a speeding ticket you can avoid. You cannot avoid sales tax.
Well, also depends on what's being taxed. I mean, if it's like higher end stuff.
Well, it doesn't matter what it is. The rate's the same. So, I mean, if you're paying...
Well, it matters if it's something like that rich people will pay for.
Well, well, I'm saying if the tax is the same, if it's 20% sales tax, then it's like if it's $1 candy, well, you wouldn't tax food. But if it's a $5 toy or a $10 million toy, 20% is 20%. It doesn't change the relative value of
yeah, but
how
if
much
you're
you're being
taxing
taxed.
like boats, for example, then that's like poor people don't.
Do you mean if you're only taxing boats?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you only tax
boats,
if you only tax yachts, yes, that would only affect the people who buy yachts, right? But in this case, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about just a flat sales tax of 20% that applies to all products that you buy. That the government deems taxable. You know, maybe they don't tax food, but they tax, you know, toys. Toys are easy, right? So if you're poor and you have to pay $1 in sales tax, that's going to affect you much more than if you're rich and have to pay $1 in sales tax. Which is unfair somehow. It'd be nice if you could like keep all your receipts and get reimbursed, but that would be a nightmare. A real nightmare. For a person to keep track of. Luxury goods tax is called branding. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean there. Oh yeah, there's a tax on boat also. Actually, like for cars, you have to register and pay a tax depending on size and power. Yeah, I'm sure there is. You know. And I don't have issues with taxes. Again, I have no issue with taxes being paid to sort of like cover the costs of a service, you know? Like if you want to register your car and then you have to pay like $100 because that's what it costs the government to pay their employees to do it. Like, okay, that's fine. And then you're only being taxed for car stuff if you have a car. I think that's great. I think like if you don't own a car and have never owned a car, I think that it's reasonable that you don't have to pay anything for supporting car stuff. You know?
All right. Yep.
But of course, everyone probably uses roads in some capacity, so I think we still need to pay to maintain them a little bit, because everyone uses cars, even if they think they don't use cars. But then again, you know, like if you're like buying something and a truck has to deliver it, it has to go on the roads. But that cost can be baked into the cost of the thing.
Cost, yeah.
Right, right. You know. But then there's certain things that I think people should have to pay for even if they don't use it, like schools. I think people should have to pay for schools even if they don't have children.
Yeah.
And libraries and public parks.
Yeah.
At least in Europe, you have the freedom to not use a car. Yeah, that's true too. Here, I mean, if you didn't have a car here, it's a real nightmare. And also, I think a big difference between us philosophically, Victor, is that in America, there is no safety net. There's no big brother looking out for you. There's nobody. It's just you're on your own. You're completely on your own out here. So like, if you don't have money, you're screwed. I mean, you're screwed, dude. So when people take our money, it's much scarier for us than it probably is if you live in a country that has more social safety nets, right? Much scarier. Because I assume for you, if you didn't, I bet if you had no money, you're completely broke, you would not have the same level of panic that you might have in America if you were completely broke.
Yeah.
Something like that. So I think that's a bit of it too. And then at the same time, the government is not, you know, if I pay like whatever percentage I pay in taxes, not nothing. Like a third of my money goes to taxes. That's not nothing, but we don't really get any incentive. There's very little that I can point to and be like, oh, that's where my money is going towards. Okay. Like my 20% federal income tax. There's not that many services that they're offering for me. You know? Like in the United States, if you don't handle retirement on your own, you're pretty much just not going to retire. Just for example.
That's pretty crazy.
You just won't. There's Social Security, but it doesn't pay that much. We do have too good social welfare. See, the thing is, it can get carried away. Like, I don't know the specifics of it, but social welfare can absolutely get carried away. Taxes can absolutely get carried away. And governments can absolutely get too big. And they do. They often get bloated. And I think like America is just too big to administer sometimes, try to administrate. Another sort of thing I thought about is that with the advent of AI, maybe it's not such a bad idea to move away from software ownership. What do you mean? Go subscription based? I just don't know what you mean by that. Well, you specifically mean software ownership, because we'd still use it, but you wouldn't own it somehow. Just like you don't own World of Warcraft, I feel like you just kind of own a client that can connect to the World of Warcraft servers and display it, but you don't really own World of Warcraft, you know? You just own like the ability to like access the servers or something. But if the servers go down, you have no recourse because you don't own those. You just own the client that connects to the server, kind of. My God, just make a little bit more. Victor, I have to go pee really fast, so I'm gonna max you up. I hear Violet coming. Oh gosh. Oh, I see. It's a gross oversimplification for the purpose of comedy. Yeah, scary, isn't it, Victor? It's scary. It's scary when someone just shows up, isn't it?
I bet, yeah.
It's like, oh, it's like because they're in your ear. Oh my gosh. Along the lines of we don't own the software, then AI can't be slaves. Except that only applies to the end user. They'd still be company owned, and all the things moving from ownership to licensing, leasing, rent, subscription is very worrying. I agree, by the way. It is worrying. And like, I understand companies, they need to have a business plan. And so if you're a company like Adobe, you know, how it's probably difficult to keep the lights on if you're only charging people one time for a thing and never again. But I mean, there's ways you can do a business model that I think people would be okay with, and you might not make as much money, but I think that people would in general be pretty okay with it. For example, if you only have to pay to get updates, you know, hey, $10 a month, you get all the updates or something like that. But sometimes you're really paying just for the ability to use the service. So like you can't even buy Photoshop for I don't know if this is true as an example. You can't even buy Photoshop for $200. Instead, you can only use it for $10 a month or $20 a month. And if you don't pay it, you just don't get to use it. And there's nothing immoral about that. There's nothing illegal about that, because if I make a service, I can have any business plan I want. And if you think that someone can do it better, then some company can do it better, have a better business plan. But it's like, there comes a time when a company like Adobe is so big and so massive that the barrier to entry to compete with them is very difficult. And they're making so much money, and all the excess money can go right into marketing. So they're getting all the attention, and it's very hard to have a free market solution, like solution or something to that. It becomes very difficult, you know? I agree they are shooting themselves in the foot when pirating gives you a better experience. Same with all the streaming services now. I think so. I think incentive is a big part. And I think like most people would prefer not pirating things. I think that most people would rather give money to the people who made the things. But when it feels like your money's being wasted or it's not worth it, then you pirate. And also, like, it's pirating software, like pirating a video game or a movie, it's kind of weird because when you do it, you're not stealing anything. There's like, if you guys pirate Starmancer, we are in no way hurt. It is only the opportunity cost that you guys didn't buy it that hurts us, right? Whereas like physical theft, like if I buy something and then I need to get this bacon off this table, huh? You eating raw bacon? You eating raw slinker meat? Dear God, it's not good. I have 9 food. Am I telling you to make unlimited? Girl, don't do that. Don't make unlimited. Oh my God. I would prefer to own it as well, rather than pirating it. I think that pirating is pirating is stealing. Of course, it's unethical. It's not an argument. Like pirating is unethical and pirating is wrong. But there's degrees in which a thing can be wrong. Like going 60 miles per hour in a 55, not that big of a deal. Going 60 miles per hour in a school zone that's labeled 15 miles per hour, that's a bigger deal. Yeah, and they don't let you own anything anymore. We don't even buy it. We rent a user license to Steam. Yeah. Yeah. It's like... if I could trust all the companies fully, it wouldn't be an issue. None of this would be an issue. Like, if they genuinely... Like, if someone you trust came to you and said, hey, listen, I know that you love our service, and it's great. But it costs us, you know, $1 million a year to keep this thing running. So if we don't charge some money, we can't keep running. And in that aspect of, oh, that is fair. But they don't stop at maintaining their operating costs or meeting their operating costs. They never stop there. They just want more and more and more and more. They want to grow and more and more and more and more and more and more and more. And the easiest way to increase the money you make by 10% is just raise the amount things cost by 15%. And then you make more money. And then you might lose some users, but enough that retain are getting charged more. And that's what they keep doing, it seems like. And they just keep charging more and more and more. You remember when video games went from being $50 to $60? Now they're $70, which I think is kind of fair because the costs of things have gone up. But same thing there. Suggestion: make in-game pirate enemies pirate Starmancer or an in-game equivalent. That's funny. They should be playing a pirated copy of Starmancer and like call us if you can kill them and there's like no morale penalty or something, you know? Like, because like screw these guys. I literally just need one DNA fragment right now. I don't understand why they keep taking the poop and delivering it to this thing manually.
That'd be so funny if we had space pirates, but they're space software pirates.
Yeah, hilarious. Because it's not what people think. That's so funny. Yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like there's like nothing funnier than that. I'm just gonna keep this fun little area.
I think once we can add like logs that you can find, you can add a lot of funny like mini dungeons like that.
Explain what you mean. Like they'd be like, you found a dungeon and it would say like, hey, we're the Pirates Cove and we pirated Backdoor Sluts 9 or whatever. And you're like, oh, yeah, that could be funny.
Yeah.
It's like logs could mean so much. So I was like, what do you mean by that? Because logs could be so much.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a problem from having to satisfy investors instead of customers. I think so too. Stockholders, shareholders. I think so too. And it's like also it becomes a bit philosophical. What's the purpose of a company? Is the purpose of a company to make money? Is the purpose of a company to provide a good or service that will make people's lives better? Like, what's the purpose of a company? And furthermore, what's the purpose of someone who's in charge of a company? And also, what about the reality that if you don't make enough money, the whole company goes under and everybody loses their jobs? That sucks too. So it's like it's complicated, but man, it's like there's got to be different ways. But in general, I think that pure capitalism is pretty okay. I think like America is not pure capitalism, but I think in general it's pretty okay. And I think there's only a couple of cases, there's some edge cases that you really gotta like look out for. And I mean, there's a reason that having a monopoly is illegal in the United States, which is so interesting because it recognizes that like, okay, there's there's obviously a clear issue with capitalism, and that is that it's very easy for one group to have so much power, so much of the money, so much of the resources that nobody else can possibly compete, which is kind of interesting. It's almost like it builds up, and then you gotta pop it out. But I think there's a lot of instances where companies, while they don't technically have a monopoly, they basically have a monopoly, like Apple and Microsoft and IBM. And I just can't imagine that anyone could start a company these days. I don't think there's any kid that's going to be born in the next 10 years that's going to grow up and start a company from scratch that is able to compete with Microsoft or IBM ever. Probably not. And instead, it's just going to be the companies that already exist will just keep going on and on and on. It's my guess. So who are you even protecting? I don't know.
I mean, maybe AI will like level the field or something.
Yeah, maybe. People are so negative towards AI, and I don't get it because it's like it's just a content aggregation tool, you know?
Yeah, but it's like the way you collect your
It's like the first time you had Google and someone was like, but what about the newspaper salesman? I spent a long time doing this stuff because people would complain about that. You know, like you Google something and then you might not get any advertising revenue because the Google thing just doesn't, you click on the link, it summarizes what's on your page, right? Like, so it's a similar argument. We never know. Tesla did do a good job. Tesla did an amazing job. You're right. That's a brand new car company. But I think that like Tesla existed in such an interesting time when people really wanted electric cars, and it was pretty much all marketing, and the product's kind of expensive. But sure, I do agree with you. There are times that they can do it.
But I mean, imagining
I'll never be able to take away
with
this
a
bacon.
new like
I can't get rid of this
operative
bacon ever. So.
system trying to, compete with Microsoft.
Tough, right? Hard.
Yeah.
Very, very tough. Very, very tough. So even though they're not directly, why am I drafted still?
Imagine if we have AI though, create a whole new operative system.
Right, right. No, absolutely, yeah. And then the cost of labor, because I think the cost of labor is really what makes it difficult to compete. Because if you have an amazing idea, but you just don't have 1,000 employees to do it, that's going to be tough, to deal with.
Yeah.
Ford, it's just a matter of offer and demand, I guess, right? If tomorrow someone makes a new phone system that's so much better, it might just take over the market. Yeah, that's like the dream, though. It's like, well, somebody could come up. I'm not trying to disparage what you said, but I'm just using a silly voice. But it's always the idea, like, well, somebody could come along and make a better thing. But I'm arguing, like, that's so impractical. It's like, it's so rare that it could happen. And that's clearly an exception to the system and not the rule that it could happen. Because the big dogs almost never go down. And if they do, they tend to get replaced by another big dog. And I know that, okay, Apple didn't start as a big dog. Apple started as a little guy. Okay. But and eventually they become a big dog, right? Through good business practices and satisfying the customers and finding gaps in the marketplace. And they did great, And that's true. They did do great. And they shouldn't be punished for it. They should be rewarded for it. But now that what's his nuts is dead. Who made Apple? Who started that? Steve Jobs, yeah. Now Steve Jobs is dead. It's owned by a different person, and there's like a legacy system, and it just becomes hard. I don't know the solution, the black and white solution. It doesn't even have to be better. People just have to like it more. But I think that's the hard part. Well, I guess what it means to be better. But people don't just have to like it more. They have to like it like 10% more, 15% more. Like if you make a new phone, it can't just be this. Do everything that the iPhone does. It has to be a little bit better than what the iPhone does. Because you can't compete with all the other stuff that Apple offers, like their customer service or whatever, There's so many other aspects of their business that they've been able to build up over years, and I don't think you could compete with that. Look at TikTok, almost completely kill Facebook. Yeah, that's true, but I think that, you have, again, I think that's true. I think that's a good example, but I don't think that Facebook or TikTok was killed by Facebook. Facebook was already dying. Because Facebook was dying a couple of years ago before TikTok was popular. And then there's things like Instagram, and then Facebook just buys it, which is also kind of troubling, isn't it? That even if you make a product that can threaten them, they'll just use their enormous wealth to buy you out. And then
yeah, but didn't they a bunch of trouble for that?
Who?
Facebook.
Oh, I don't know. I was using it as an example. I don't know, because I know they bought Instagram, so I just use like, okay, they took a competitor product. They do that a lot. Those big companies, they just buy the smaller companies up.
Yeah, I think there was something when it came to VR. They bought a bunch of companies to get their technology, and they got in trouble for that.
Yeah, that's typically what companies do. The big companies all do that. IBM does it. I use IBM as an example because no one thinks about IBM in their day-to-day life. So I like to use IBM as an example. It's like no one thinks about IBM doing that, but they do it all the time too. Like, it's a good thing to do for their case too. And the reason it's a great thing to do for IBM is like if someone is making a technology that you're also kind of making, just buy them. You get all the patents. You don't have to worry about getting sued. Just seems easier for a big company to do that,
Yeah.
For us, we'd be like, don't do that, but. And dude, being against right to repair is wild. I can't imagine any company. Just crazy. I understand that if you're a company like Tesla or something, and you're like, hey, we have sort of some proprietary stuff, and anyone can buy it, but also at the same time, we maintain our own garages you can come to. We'll fix it. You have to pay us because it's our own. It's like a separate thing. But as long as private mechanics can also buy the same products and fix your same stuff, that's fine with me, So like if Apple offers a service in which they will fix your phones for you, I have no issue with that. The only issue is if you don't let other people do it. And that's crazy. Freaking crazy. And also I feel like there's lots of reasons that Facebook died out. Number one, it's first of all still there, but number one, it's pretty much completely optimized for the browser. Number two, it came out in 2006, and was designed as a website, and websites just aren't as popular as used to be because people use more on their phones and stuff like that. And also just the whole idea of Facebook of just making posts and it just doesn't work. So there's a sense in which Facebook just kind of phased out of the marketplace. A little, just naturally, no matter what. Also, I don't know how... I feel like social media apps are so different from other types of companies because, like, on social media, it's like you kind of like you have market dominance or you have nothing, you know? It's like because part of the appeal is how many other people are on it. So it's just a different thing. Yeah. But to your point, absolutely, it's completely possible for a company to take over that space. Absolutely, it's like totally happens. It does happen all the time. It's just so hard, though. It's really hard, you know? And most of the time when companies go under, it feels like it's more like because they made a mistake and not necessarily because a competitor came along and did something better. But I don't know. I don't know about every industry. I don't know. But HVAC industry is talking about rewarding technicians to avoid warranties by providing bad maintenance. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I believe it, too. And it's because at the end of the day, everybody just needs to make more money. And by the way, what sucks too is as the cost of living goes up, and if you're a business, you have to keep charging more and more money. Also, for me, I live in a very small rural area, and so I feel like my just life experiences are just it's like just more people who haven't really been helped by the government that much, a bit more desolate, hopeless. I mean, if you live in this area, there's not much for you in terms of careers. You can work at like a grocery store like Walmart. There's a couple of factories around here, like Johnson & Johnson. There's like a battery plant in the next town, I think. There's like stuff like that, but there's really just not that much to do. And then most people just end up drinking and doing drugs because once you are an adult, you just have to fight every day. You have to hope you never succumb. Every year you have to hope I don't succumb to all of the many vices, you know? And if you live in the area I live in, why not do drugs? There's, if you have your job and, you don't have much hope for a career or much hope for change, it's like, why not have fun with life? Why not have a good time? I need some scrap to get this ore, huh? Okay, I need a programming terminal. By the way, I have a new person now, so this should really help me out. Okay, a hundo. Once I have 100, I can program. Also, Victor, would you say that you trust your government? Because I don't trust my government.
I would say, yeah.
I don't trust it. It's like also a big difference in like anything that incentivizes the government. I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. But my government does not have a good track record of being honest with its people. Yeah. At all. It's like if someone keeps lying to you and you're like, well, I think they mean it this time. And it's like, it's not even any individuals. It's like the way the whole system is set up. It's wild. Also, if Biden doesn't win in 2024, do you think they'll have him run again in 2028? Because he'll be so old. And do you think and if not him, they'll probably just have some other old person run, Like, just one of the old people. I think you have to be like 42 to be president. But I don't think
there's an age requirement.
What's that?
I didn't know there was an age requirement.
Yeah, it's like 38 or 42. You also have to be born in America. Which is sort of archaic, but okay, it's fine, whatever. It's fine. But they'll probably just have another old person run. Just doing more of the same.
Yeah.
Forever. Until they all die. I would love to see AOC run. Do you unironically mean that? Because I don't think she could win. Her ideas are too radical.
I would love to see Bernie win.
Yeah, but Bernie's had 2 chances and lost both times. I would say the same thing with Bernie. His message just doesn't resonate. It resonates with young people who don't think it's fair that they have to pay for college and stuff like that, and issues that young people have. But the older generation wasn't saddled with that student loan debt. They weren't saddled with a lot of the stats, so they don't care. It doesn't resonate. They don't care. at all. And so, and that's like Bernie's big thing in terms of like what's publicly marketed is like, oh, like student loans, you know, like free school. Or maybe that's just in my circles. It was promised because I was young, and so free school was like a thing, you know. But just for fun would be amazing. I'd love to see it for fun, dude. I would love to see AOC run for fun. That would be very entertaining to me. Remember that time AOC took a photo shoot at the one of the Mexican borders with the United States, and she was like crying outside of a cage, and then there's like this other angle, and it's completely empty. There's nothing in there, you know. So it's like just a photo shoot. A photo. It's like, okay, man, you do that once, I don't trust you ever again. Now I just think you're just trying to. And I think that these people end up convincing themselves that it's okay to fib a little bit because it's for a greater cause, you know. Like for example, I think that they think it's okay to kind of pretend to be sad about this migrant camp that doesn't actually exist, that's not there, because it's for a good cause. It's how they would have reacted if they could actually be in the place. It's showing their emotions. It's trying to galvanize the American people to understand the humanity of the situation. I think that's what ends up happening. But once you start lying, it's hard to be trusted. And if you lie once, you're a liar forever. That's what people will think. They're like, okay, you're a person who lies. And if you lie once, you're labeled a liar for the rest of your life. It doesn't matter if you lie. You just have to create your own truth. Yeah, and that's what they do. And also, I think that a lot of... I think that what the media does... Like, I think... Okay, I became the most disillusioned with the media in 2016 when it was Hillary Clinton versus Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primary. Because I would listen to NPR, listen to CNN, all this type of stuff. And... they would be critical of Hillary. There was some like, oh, here's the pros, here's the cons, here's some good things, here's some bad things. And I was like, oh, this is cool. Then the moment that Bernie Sanders dropped out of the primary, after what seemed to be collusion, but anyway, the moment he drops out of the primary, the media is nothing but praising Hillary Clinton. They never said a negative thing about her again. And that's when I realized the media just lies to you. They don't tell you the truth. They don't tell you the unbiased facts. They have some sort of selection process that they use to determine if a story ought to be told, which is just so crazy. But there's it's not just about what facts are. And also, like, if you listen to the news, you would believe that everything in the world is terrible, but we know that's and scary. I refuse to believe that there's not at least 10 happy things going on, positive stories that we could report on in the whole country. But, you know, like, there's got to be a politician that did something noteworthy, but that never gets covered. Instead, it's just, you know, every day at NPR is the same stuff, man. It's going to be Israel and Hamas. Not really Ukraine too much anymore. It's going to be something about Trump. It's going to be something about Nikki Haley. It's going to be nothing about Joe Biden, right? And that's like every day. And it's like, there's got to be other stories. Or it's about a murder, about a school shooting. You know, sometimes I'm listening to the radio. I'm like, I turn it down because my kids are in the car. I'm like, they don't need to hear about a school shooting right now. Not that I don't think that's newsworthy. It is, but I think some things could just be like articles on your website, NPR, you know? And then some things, and then on your radio that anybody can access, I think you should have a bit more thought behind the types of stories you're running. It is whatever sells. Yeah, it is whatever sells. Because it's all for making money. It's literally just to make money. They monetized it. That's what they do. Yeah, and so it's all a private business. All news is private business. And the older I get, the more I see that. You know, the way that they disproportionately cover things, or they unfairly cover things, or like I remember in 2016 I was watching the DNC, like they do like a thing, I don't remember what it's called, but they do a thing every year, every election cycle, where the convention where they formally announce the nominee, okay? And Michelle Obama said things like, when they go low, we go high, and they did stuff like that, and I watched it live. And then in the morning, I watched the CNN anchors talk about it. And I'm like, oh my God, they are exaggerating. Like, if I didn't watch it, I would not even think that I watched the same thing they're reporting on. Because they'll say things like, oh my God, when this person did this, it was crazy, huh? And it's like, no, it wasn't. It was just a line, like a throwaway line someone said. Also saying when they go low, we go high, and then saying Donald Trump's a piece of shit. When they go low, we go high. That's an example of you not staying high. It's an example of you going low. by saying this guy sucks. And they would do that a lot too, which was frustrating. The hypocrisy of it. You can't say that Donald Trump's all. You can't be like, well, they go low, we go high. Doesn't that guy suck, by the way? He's a rapist. And you're like, okay, well, you're going low though. Like you're not trying to combat him. You're doing the same thing he's doing sometimes. She mostly kept us busy with mean things so we don't notice the important things happening. Yeah, that's what it seems to be. I used to watch preppers on YouTube. I loved preppers. I used to watch that stuff too. I loved like doomsday preppers. I wanted a bunker in my backyard. I grew up, I was a Cub Scout and a Boy Scout, you know what I mean? I was all into it, you know? Also, I was in the Army, the American Army. I went to Afghanistan one time. And I think that once you understand and once you really see how the system works, the bureaucracy of it, the way it works, the way it doesn't work, the way that things actually get implemented in the real world. For example, if a member of Congress says, hey, or the president, if he's like, hey, we should stop those bad things from happening in, you know, in some made up country. Well, the way it actually works, you know, is somewhere down the line, a bunch of people have to bark orders, and then someone gets in a boat or a plane, they fly over there, and what do? They set up checkpoints or something. They start interrogating locals or something. You know, it's like, it's fucking wild. Can't watch anymore. They're using the news to scare you to their prep stories. I agree with you, Mark Georgie. In fact, there was one time I was watching Doomsday Preppers when I was in high school, and there was a girl that lived near a nuclear power plant, and she was saying, oh my God, it could blow up like Hiroshima, so I better have a bunker. And the guy's like, damn right it might. We better build yourself a bunker, you know, because his whole thing was selling a bunker. Also, Doomsday Preppers was, okay, here's a news flash for you people. Most news stories, almost all news stories, are pushed to the media by some sort of marketing person for the company. Almost all news stories that you watch. There'll be a story in NPR that says something like, hey, this is a person, and what they do is they wrote a new book, you know? Do you know why the NPR anchor knows about that story? It's not because they found the story on themselves. It's because some marketing agency, you know, contacts NPR relentlessly to get their story on there. It's a similar thing for like podcasts and stuff too, but it's just some people just relentlessly pushing it. But it's never the case. It's rarely the case that they're pushing a story because so many people, it's so popular, it's in the zeitgeist that like, how could we not talk about it, you know? I mean, you'll definitely see it with books and stuff like that and movies all the time. But I think it's like that with many, 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 many things. For example, if a company, I don't know, if a company cleans up a mess somewhere, you know, and you hear about it, it's because they leaked it. They're trying to push it to the marketing people. Anyway, a nuclear power plant cannot blow up like Hiroshima. It cannot blow up like a nuclear bomb. That cannot happen. It's literally impossible. It can have radiation that leaks out, but it will never, ever blow up like a nuclear bomb. So I don't even know a good comparison, but you know, you have to prep the material. You have to do things in it. It's not the same thing. Okay.
Well, I mean, can't it be even worse than a nuclear bomb? Like,
no.
Hiroshima had the potential of, you know, spreading radiation across, you know, a huge area, making it unpopulated.
Well, I guess the word potential there, I couldn't say it. Not impossible.
Like, it's not gonna explode.
It will never explode like a nuclear bomb because you have to prepare the fissile material correctly, right? Like you have to do a bunch of things.
It
could never be a nuclear bomb. It would never be a nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
Radiation. Yeah, I said that. Absolutely. Yeah, it could leak radiation. Absolutely, it could leak radiation. That could happen. But I'm saying it's never going to blow up like a nuclear bomb, wiping out everything in the vicinity. That will never happen. Which is what the person.
It can blow up.
But it's what the person said in the Doomsday Prepper, and the guy was like, "Oh yeah, that could definitely happen." This is on the History Channel, and I was thinking like, "That's not true. This is not true at all. This is just a fear tactic. It cannot blow up like that." Yeah. That's all I was talking about was that, you know. But yeah, absolutely, it can leak radiation. Of course, it can leak radiation.
But it can blow up in a way where it spreads the radiation over an even bigger area.
Oh, I guess I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know about that. But I'm only specifically mentioning
that was the danger with Hiroshima, and that's why they like sacrificed like a bunch of people just to try and, you know, seal it.
When you say Hiroshima, do you mean do you keep meaning to say?
Oh no, Hiroshima.
Okay. I figured that's what you meant. I don't even know anymore. I've lost.
Chernobyl.
Yeah, Chernobyl. Yeah, like I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that specific. That can absolutely happen. Absolutely, that can happen. That I'm not arguing. I'm only arguing that it will never be a nuclear blast. That's all.
Because I think, like,
there'll never be a mushroom cloud, you know what I mean? Where there once was.
Yeah, of course.
Instead, it'll be like a poison that's leaking in the air, you know?
Yeah.
And that's not good. Of course,
I
that's
think
not
like
good.
the entirety of like Scandinavia couldn't be habited if it had happened, if it had exploded, which it could have.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about all that stuff. Maybe. But also, where'd you hear that news source? That story? You know, like, where'd you hear that information? It's like it's often the case.
I mean, I read it like on Wikipedia,
you know?
and pretty sure they.
Oh, maybe it's true.
Mention it in
maybe
like the Chernobyl series.
I don't trust anything that I would hear in this. I mean, because it's made for entertainment. Ultimate, like at the end of the day, it's made for it tries to be as factually based in fact as it can, but at the end of the day, it is for entertainment. Also, with most Wikipedia articles, like where do the people get the source? Most people are not the guys on the ground getting the source information. Most people are regurgitating what they read in a story somewhere else. Most people, especially most news anchors. There's very few, or not news anchors, but reporters. Most reporters are just going to regurgitate what they read somewhere else because they're not because they're reporters. They're writing about different stuff all the time. They're not like, you know what I mean? So they're not on the ground doing stuff. So even that could be incorrect. I mean, saying if it's in like a news article or something.
No.
Specifically, just the claim that all of Sweden or all Scandinavia or whatever would be uninhabitable if it blew up. I'm like, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I would just like to see the data. Like, oh, let me know how does that work? You know, how is there that much material? Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, this was based on like a bunch of calculations that they did at the time, like how it could spread.
Yeah, it's models, and sometimes I think that it's like, you know, not the models sometimes aren't accurate either, you know. But it's like, but that to me is clearly some element of fear. Like that seems like, oh, that sounds so scary, and then that makes me suspicious. Like, okay, hold on, my gut reaction is that's terrifying, and I never want that to happen. What can I do to prevent that? No, but I'm saying that's
I don't
my
think
point.
that information got out at the time. It got out like much later. Like,
oh, I don't think it's information, but it's not like secret. It wouldn't be government secret information. It would be information that anybody who, I would imagine anybody who understood the science of how the nuclear reactors work would understand, okay, the amount of material here, this is what it would do. I don't think it's a secret.
Yeah, but this was the Soviet Union.
Yeah, but they weren't unique in that they were the only places that had nuclear reactors or understood how the process worked.
So no one else.
No, but what I'm saying is in terms of it wasn't. I don't think it was secret. It's not like the information was kept under wraps. I'm saying that anybody. Oh, I guess that could be the case that maybe people didn't know. Like, but I imagine like there's some idea of approximately how much nuclear material must be in the reactor because the engineers who make them in other countries must have an understanding like, okay, you kind of need about this much. So at a minimum, if it all went to shit, it could have been this bad. I'm thinking. I don't know though. I don't know but I'm guessing that like anyone who knew how, any engineer who knew how to develop a nuclear reactor could probably approximate how bad it could get, like worst case or something. Is my guess in terms of like it being. I don't think it's like secret. Like the government didn't want anybody to know about it, but I just meant secret. Anyway, but then later something that's scary is just it just sells so much better. Like if there was 10 models that said it probably would have been bad for like a week, but then it's okay. And then there's one model that said death forever. Death forever is the one that gets picked up, you know?
Yeah.
And that's just like the incentive that they have. But we humans like to think we're rational people, but most of not all. The perverse incentives in our system is proven enough. I think so too. There's also a thing that like nuclear power is statistically very safe. It's very, very safe, in fact. But there's something about like a poison that can kill you without you knowing about it that's somehow much more terrifying than pollution from a coal plant. You know? It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
Like something that kills you slowly isn't that scary. Like cookies aren't that scary. For real, even though they can give you like diabetes and it's terrible for you. It's like not that. It's like, oh, it's not that big of a deal.
I mean, I think new power plants could be designed.
Am I never going to get more scrap?
Completely safe. At least like the
probably. Yeah, probably. Like even in the Japanese incident, I don't think anybody died from it. I mean, directly. I mean, maybe like a couple later. Yeah. I don't even think that many.
I mean, there were a bunch of like old people that volunteered to help out because they wouldn't feel the effects of the radiation.
They'd be dead before it even probably mattered.
Yeah. It's a very like honorable thing to do.
It is an honorable thing to do. It's a very honorable, it's a very admirable and respectable thing that they did.
But like it is kind of crazy how they designed like Fukushima, that they had a bunch of generators, but they were subjected to like flooding.
Yeah, they had like a crazy high seawall, and then there was a tsunami that was like record breaking or something like that, right? That's what fucked it up. And I choose to believe it was aliens trying to disable that nuclear power plant because they come from the sea. That's how they would do it, you know.
But it's still crazy that no one like planned for that.
I thought molten salt thorium reactors would be a thing by now. It has to do with the cost, surely.
Yeah. Because those have completely passive like shutdown systems.
Yeah, which is great.
That
So
don't rely on any power.
And I think that energy is like the #1 problem that humans have to solve, because if you have first of all, if you have access to energy, you have access to growing food, cooling off when it's hot, heating up when it's cold, locomotion in the sense of like, you know, doing physical work in a physical science sense, like moving stuff, tractors, whatever, you know. So if you can have access to power, I mean, it's just a game changer for so much of the world. And so much of the world still lives in areas where they have zero power or very bad infrastructure.
Yeah.
I think I just have to warp out of here, so I don't think I'm going to be able to get any more scrap. I wish I could just tear down these walls for scrap, like someone said. That's a good idea. Well, I know we talked about it before, Victor, but I just feel like, hey, here's supplies. I want to be able to, why can't I dismantle this and take it with me, you know?
Yeah.
It's like that sense I have. Like, I should be able to do that. Orange scrap. In France, we have 80% of our electricity from nuclear, and we've had more deaths from wind turbines than nuclear plants. Yeah. Also, wind turbines don't seem to be that effective because of the amount of power that you get from them. Like, the amount of power you can possibly get from the wind doesn't seem that great, like, in terms of why put...
Yeah, but you can place a lot of them.
I know, but, like, when there's a better solution, such as nuclear, it seems like, why not just do that?
Yeah, but nuclear requires so much, like, security and stuff like that.
But it's a very solvable problem, because you only have to, you know, I don't know. I don't know that much about the specifics of how you implement it, build it. Like, I don't know all that stuff. You know what I mean? But you know, yeah, you have to solve that problem. Sure, you have to solve the security problem and whatnot. Absolutely. But I mean, but that doesn't seem like we should. Oh, let's not do that. Let's not do nuclear because it just seems too complicated. We can't figure it out. You know, that doesn't seem. Or not that we can't figure it out, but that it's too expensive or something like that. You know.
Well, I mean, it's also very market-driven. So.
Well, it shouldn't be market-driven at all.
There's a lot of costs. Like
oh, I see. For costs, I mean, there should be some idea of that for costs, I guess. But I mean, I don't know how expensive it is to build a nuclear power plant. I have no idea how expensive it actually is. Like $1 billion or something. I don't know. It's so expensive, you know.
Yeah. There's so many like safety protocols.
Wind turbines are a scam mostly. I'm guessing they are a scam mostly too. Companies probably get subsidized to provide them, so it's a great incentive for the companies to do it because they get paid for them and stuff like that, and then they can make money off selling the electricity probably, right? So if you're a company, there's great incentive to build them. But I don't know how great they work in terms of, not in terms of a marketing solution, but in terms of a human technological solution. Like if you were aliens, right? Or if you were in Star Trek right now, and you said, hey, here's this alien race, and they're using wind to generate power versus, here's this nuclear solution. It seems like the nuclear solution is the better approach. Like, it seems like and you can take it with you anywhere. You could put it on the freaking moon, man, you know? You don't need wind. You don't need air. You don't need atmosphere. So it just seems like nuclear is the way to go. But yeah, I don't know about the implementation. I don't know. But it just seems to me that if we built them in the 70s, you know, whenever we built the first nuclear power plant, I don't know, 70s, 80s or something, clearly it's possible to do it now. And I don't know the relative cost of a nuclear power plant versus like building a coal plant. I don't know. I assume a nuclear power plant is way more expensive.
I mean, there's also those miniaturized nuclear power plants that they also make a lot of sense. I mean, the only scary part about nuclear, I mean, future nuclear.
Yeah, glowing waste. Yeah, Harbinger of Crazy says, also, representation of nuclear power in video games is downright defamatory. That's right. Just look at the glowing waste. Yeah, I think people
I think of like Half-Life
think that nuclear stuff was glow, and also they have this idea that like if you put a nuclear like a radioactive thing on a table and then you remove that source, they think that if you come back 20 years later that table is radioactive and will hurt you.
Yeah.
But it won't be because it's not producing particles. What's that energy doing? Maybe you can irradiate. Maybe for a little bit it can be unstable, but not forever.
Yeah.
And again, not even the chunk of. I'm just talking like you just remove something from it. Maybe there's like debris and particles that themselves are emitting radiation that can last for longer. But I'm saying the table itself didn't somehow become radioactive because it was near a radioactive thing. Because the process of releasing radiation, it's releasing energy. Things don't just do that. They don't just become unstable for nothing. You have to put in energy to make that happen. So they can't just emit radioactive waves forever.
I mean, the thing with radioactive power is that you have to like guard them against like sabotage, because I mean, once you have like the molten salt reactors, like they can't really fail, even if like someone crashes a plane or something into it. But they can probably be sabotaged in a way.
Well, how about this? Why don't we just put them in a remote area where even if you sabotage them, it's not as big of a deal? I mean, put them in northern.
Well, that's the thing.
I know about transporting power can be a difficult issue.
Yeah, it's not as.
You could put it in like rural Canada.
I mean, no.
Why?
Because the energy transmission, you get such huge losses.
Well, if you can generate enough power, the loss doesn't matter as much.
Well, it's not going to be profitable to sell.
It's not about profit. You keep coming back to profit. It's not about profit. I'm saying in terms
of
a
it is
solution.
Private companies like doing it.
Okay, you're just changing. Okay, I don't care if it's private companies doing it. I'm saying as a human solution, nuclear power is there and totally works and is doable and it's scientifically doable. And from an engineering perspective, it's doable. The only argument against it that you keep bringing up is the cost of it for the free market. But as a solution, it's totally doable. And it seems like the free market is something that the government shouldn't be too concerned with in terms of what policies they want to implement for these types of things.
Well, in the case of putting it in Canada,
energy,
like the cost would reflect like the efficiency.
Well, maybe for you. I was thinking for me. Like for me, it's probably fine. Like because I live in not too far. I don't know how far, how long it is. I know that being able to store electricity is an issue, but you can store electricity in different ways. And it's a problem that energy companies already have to solve, is how do I take my power from my plant and get it to go really far away? Not so far, not like thousands of miles away. I know that's not it's not thousands of miles they do it, but it's still a problem. How do I store this electricity at nighttime when the grid has different types of demands? These are things they do. Like one thing they do is they'll raise water. They use water, so they'll use the power to raise water. Then later they can drain the water to generate power using gravity. I'm just saying, like, these are engineering things that like they already have to do. And also, if you generate an enormous amount of power, the loss doesn't matter as much if you're just generating so much. Because if you generate, no, it doesn't. Because it doesn't, Victor. If you're losing 99% of a billion, you still have more power than if you keep 100% of 1,000.
Yeah, but it's still going to cost money to
you keep going back again.
Power.
But I'm not talking about the cost. How is the game these days? I think it's pretty cool. Screens fire. In fact, now you can do a bunch of stuff.
Well, I mean,
you can move this stuff around. It's pretty cool. Yeah, you keep going back to the cost. I'm saying you just keep going back to the cost.
Plant,
I'm not arguing the cost.
In like somewhere in Canada where there's like no people, and then you're gonna get such huge losses from the transmission.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, of course. Of course.
That it's gonna be way more efficient to just place like a few like wind turbines nearby.
Oh, maybe.
So how could you like argue like that when it's gonna be so much more like cost efficient to just build the wind turbines? And
it's not energy efficient to build the wind turbines. That's how I would argue against it. Number one, it's more energy efficient to build the nuclear power plants. You know, you should screens fire.
Yeah, but they need to be.
Also, you should play
they need to be like
access.
Nearby cities and like big industrial areas to get the most like bang for your buck.
Yeah, of course. But I'm saying you're specifically mentioning. You keep going back to the cost argument against it, and the number one cost thing about it is that you're saying, okay, well, it's too scary. People could sabotage it, and because they can sabotage it, we just can't do it. But I'm saying, well, there are solutions even against extreme sabotage. For example, putting a nuclear power plant on the base, and then somehow you have to come up with only one problem, which is one problem. This only creates one problem, which is how can we efficiently transport energy at vast distances? But that's a problem that has to be solved probably no matter what, and it is probably a problem that people try to solve a little bit more every day. It seems to be
right. Yeah. Because if you can solve that, then that would have like huge
And
implications.
you don't, like I said, you don't have to solve it to 100%. You just have to solve it enough to be usable. You could transport electricity in the air, even if you lose a tremendous amount of it, as long as you can generate enough of it, just for example. So you just have, if you have a system in place, if you have some sort of source that you can just generate an enormous amount of power from, then it doesn't even matter how much it degrades.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't like cost a crazy amount.
You
like
keep going back to cost. You could not stop yourself for some reason.
Yeah, because the cost is all that matters, right?
No,
you can't.
Because
you
I'm
can't
not
pay
talking
like.
about the cost. Okay, what are you talking about? Are you discussing why nuclear power hasn't been used? Because I'm not trying to argue why nuclear power hasn't been implemented yet. I'm just saying as a solution, it seems great.
Acting like the cost doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter from a science and engineering perspective. It doesn't matter. It only matters from from getting someone to pay for it matters, from getting everyone to go together to do it matters. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
because that's the way in which it matters. But
yeah,
like if I ask, how come the pyramids haven't been built yet? You'd say, oh, because it's too expensive. Like, why haven't we? Because it would cost right. Yeah. But we could build them.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it could be done.
Yeah, we could build them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not just the cost, wasted energy, wasted heat. He can change environment. Yeah, there could be some Yeah, there absolutely could be environmental issues too related to it. Absolutely, there absolutely. Could
but
be.
if we're talking about like practically, implementing like something like a nuclear power.
Not necessarily. I just meant that in general, nuclear power seems to work. The engineering seems to be there. The science seems to be there.
Yeah, yeah.
But hang on real quick. Screenspot, if you play on the earlier access branch on Steam, it'll have like the newest builds. That's what I was saying. There is a secret about the windmill that the reason why they can't operate remotely, each windmill needs 500 to 700 gallons of oil. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's
crazy. Cost matters because it can't be financed, can't be built. Oh, I understand that cost matters in real life implementation of things. I understand that. Like, you couldn't build, like, even if you could build a base on the moon, and if it costs like $30 trillion, even if we have the science and the engineering and the know-how, it's never going to happen. I get that, but I'm saying separately, most of the arguments about nuclear power have nothing to do with the cost. In fact, very few of them have anything to do with the cost. They're almost exclusively about the fear about what happens if something goes bad.
Yeah,
almost exclusively. But there's probably ways, and that was just me putting in a remote area. You can probably do things to mitigate the risk, but even if it goes really bad, like maybe it can't be, it shouldn't be maybe it can't be 1,000 miles remote, but maybe it could. Again, I don't know enough about it, but there's probably a difference between being 5 miles from a city center versus 10 miles versus 20 miles. Also, from a practical stand of view, it has to be close enough that people can operate it too and people can work in it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Maybe even underground you could build it so it can shield the radiation, I don't know. I don't know how practical that would be either. But like you can maybe build it underground even, I don't know. But I assume like that aspect of it, to me, the aspect of it of preventing sabotage seems to be like the least like important aspect of it,
Well, I think that stops
but it's
really matter.
It's the one that stops
everybody.
About,
like, the miniaturized reactors, because they're talking about having them like everywhere. So you have like an industrial park, and you can have like those tiny reactors, and they can power like one factory, for example. And that would be very.
That'd be great. Yeah, you could power so much stuff with it. You could get it small enough that you could put one in your backyard and power your whole house for a million years.
But when you have like a lot of them like that, then
why couldn't you just do it?
Like scary.
I guess I still don't understand. It's like I don't know, man. It's like you just keep going back to like the scary aspect of it, but
you just
described
it when it fails.
I don't know. I mean, a lot of things are scary when they fail. I mean,
if even one blows up, that's pretty scary. It's like a windmill blows up, like no one really cares. Someone falls off a windmill and dies. That's there's only a lot of people.
Well,
there's a few cases of that.
But what you're describing is not comparable. Like, I mean, if someone fell off the top of a nuclear power plant when they were constructing it and died, they would die. And of course, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about what's the worst case that can happen? The worst case that can happen from wind turbine is that the one wind turbine somehow, I guess the worst case is that it explodes in a farm somewhere, you know, and sets the field on fire. So I don't, that's the worst case, I guess, right? Like that could, I mean, yeah, and or you know, it doesn't work and then people die because they don't have enough power or something like that, whatever. But like that's like not.
Or maybe it's like a forest fire or something like that.
Yeah, something like crazy, but like, I mean, a forest fire is the worst thing that could happen from allowing hunting to be legalized as well or something, you know.
Yeah.
Or camping. Like, someone could go out there and start a forest fire. Like, yeah, I guess technically. But the thing is, like, when you say it can go boom, a nuclear power plant can never go boom and take out half of a city because it doesn't explode like that.
No.
The radiation could kill everything in the city, though, probably.
Yeah.
But like the city itself would be, you know, would all still be there. It wouldn't be like a giant crater or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you can build them, so you're saying that small's okay because the worst case if a small one goes bad, it's more limited to what can really go bad. Is that the argument? Well, couldn't you just do a series of small ones then?
Yeah, but then the scale, like, the scary thing is that there's so many of them.
You keep going back to scary, man. That's every time.
Yeah.
It's like it's scary. But I mean, okay.
Yeah, because I think it's scary. Like, why? I don't understand your argument. It is scary, so of course.
Well, a lot of things are scary. But I mean, like, what you're saying.
I mean, compared.
But hang on.
Because
you
we're comparing
said
it to
if it was
windmills.
small, then that could solve the problem. And I said, okay, let's do a bunch of small ones. You're like, well, we can't do that because then there'd be so many little ones. That's also
yeah, but
scary.
That's what I'm talking about, like the miniaturized ones are the small ones, right? The ones that
I don't know
you
how
can put
miniature
next
they
to a
are.
factory.
Oh, I don't
They're
know.
like really small, like a
I don't know. Yeah,
like a big, like a truck or something.
And how much power can that generate? But couldn't you do? Okay, but take the same concept where like it seems reasonable that if it's small, then sabotage is limited because it's like, okay, if it's smaller, it can't do as much damage. That seems to be your argument, right? If it's smaller, then even if it is sabotaged, not as big of a deal because if you sabotage one, it's not going to cause that much damage, right? So why not just have like a bunch of, I don't know how small they have to be for you to think, okay, this amount of damage is okay. It's worth it. If sometimes it happens, maybe every 20 years, a couple of these get sabotaged. We'll lose a couple people, but that's worth it. Somehow it's baked in, right? Because that's what you're saying, right? That's true of nuclear. That's true of coal. That's true of all solutions. It's true of cars. You know, like we can drive on cars. Well, some people are going to get run over. That's okay. We're going to lose a couple people. But overall, it's better to lose a couple people than to ban cars. And also because more people will be saved if we allow cars than don't allow cars. And the same thing is true of power. If you have more power, more lives will be saved. If you can provide access to people who currently don't have power, at least, you know, that would really help them out. Anyway, but so if you make them small, then that would limit it. So it seems doable. I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's just like compared to like current nuclear plants, they have like armed guards like 24/7, right?
I mean, coal plants probably have armed guards 24/7 though.
Yeah, but what's the worst thing that can happen to like a coal plant?
It probably blows up, and all the coal in there blows up in some size of. I don't know. I don't know how coal plants work at all, but I assume somehow. I'm thinking the worst case is they somehow blow up or something. I don't know. They probably blow up, and then pollutes the air or something with coal debris or something. I don't know. You know, that'd be the worst case. Yeah. But what's the power output of a coal plant compared to the power output of a nuclear power plant? I'd imagine a nuclear power plant is more, but I guess depending on the rate, I don't know. I guess you could put more coal or more nuclear power generating material in, and you generate more power. But and also the nuclear power plant has zero pollution except for the pollution generated from constructing it and from mining the uranium. But other than that, it has no overhead. Okay. Let's do this. What's 73 objects moving behind? What are you talking about right now? Oh, just a bunch of these things.
Oh yeah, about like nuclear batteries.
A bunch of these things.
Or something about like they use that in space probes, right?
Oh, maybe they definitely use them in submarines and stuff like that. I don't know about batteries, but like nuclear powered, like.
Oh yeah.
I don't know about batteries.
Plants, yeah. No, these are like small batteries that they would put
probably,
like, in the space
probably,
probe, and
probably
they would just last for a long time.
Probably,
generate.
probably.
Because I read something about that recently. A Chinese company.
Also, fear is just a psychological condition, like a psychological emotion, you know.
Yeah.
Which is like it's not a good reason not to do something because there's problems that can be solved, you know. I mean, I'd imagine that like if you're in America on the frontier. This is just an example because I've been reading this American history book, right? But if you're on the frontier, you might think like, oh, don't go to those frontier countries because I'm scared because like the Indians might get me. They call them Indians, yeah, but the Native Americans might get me, you know. And there's some element of fear in there, and there's some truth in there, but it's like it's a solvable problem. You just get a machine gun or whatever. I don't know, whatever, you know. But I mean, that's what they did. They killed them. So, but I mean, it's a solvable problem. Like I don't like the idea. Like, yeah, I completely understand why it's not popular to advocate for nuclear power, but there's many things that are unpopular that are good ideas.
Okay.
You know. And then it's like,
but I would feel safer with a big power plant, like nuclear plant, than, you know, a bunch of smaller ones.
I would feel safest if nuclear power plants existed and I lived far away from them. But I mean, I feel the same way about coal power plants, though. I don't want to live near them either.
No, because like a lot of people die from coal.
Only has 3 volts, but still, I feel like a 3-volt nuclear battery could last forever, if that's true.
Yeah.
Like forever, right? Like I mean, it lasts like that amount of power is so little.
I think they mentioned like they want to use it like in pacemakers.
That's great. Yeah, that's perfect in a pacemaker. It's great for that. Yeah. And once you have those tiny technology, really amazing.
I also think I read that, you know, the nuclear, or it's not like nuclear, I'm not sure, like the radiation, it decays into like copper. It's completely safe.
Oh, I don't, yeah. It's easy to shield things from radiation, so. Easy in the sense from an engineering perspective, it's not difficult. As a layman, maybe you wouldn't have the materials available to do it. But you just need something that's dense enough. And then there's some practical applications too, like, okay, can you put this substance that protects it in a person's body? What you'd probably do is you'd have like battery, then like let's say like some sort of casing, like a lead casing, and then another casing, so it's like the lead will never get in your body. You know, like it's probably what you'd end up doing. Beta volt, I do want to actually look. That's really interesting. You're right. It does depend on. You're right. It does depend on type of radiation. The smaller the particle is, the more energy it has, the deeper it can penetrate. Absolutely, yeah. But luckily, the more things it can penetrate, the less likely it is to even hit you, which is also good news. Because if it can slip right through the wall, it can slip right through you. It doesn't mean it won't hit you. You mean you're gonna take that chance? All it takes is like what, some percent of them to hit you, damage some part of your body, damage whatever, kill cells, corrupt DNA or something. But anyway, but the things that are harder to catch also are less likely to go through you, but they have more energy, so if they hit you, it's probably worse. I don't know how that works, you know.
Yeah, I mean.
And they don't just generate any type of radiation. What's gamma even from? Is that just from like stars? I don't know any of that. I haven't been in a science class in a long time, you know. So it's almost like memory. I'm like, what are those again? What's gamma ray? What is that? Arising from the radioactive decay of atomic nuclei. But yeah, but what type? What type? I don't know. Let's look it up. Natural sources of gamma rays originating on Earth are mostly a result of radioactive decay. And okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? But I assume that the amount of the type of radiation, you'll know what type of radiation is emitted from the particles that you're using. So you should have that known there. Then you can shield around it, I assume. Because if you can't shield it, then they wouldn't put them in pacemakers. So it must be some pretty easy engineering thing. Gamma rays are basically super energetic light, beta electrons and alpha ions. Okay. I mean, there's some types of radiation that get blocked by your skin, but radiation is just like there's like a term. It's like saying like, I don't know. It's like saying there's some wavelengths or something that are stopped by your skin or something, or some frequencies of light or something. I don't know. It's like there's a way you can get too lost in it. Okay, what do we got here? Here's some scrap. But there's a color nest here. I don't really want to tangle with it too much, but maybe a little bit. Ooh, or I need that actually.
You always need to add radiation to Starmancer.
Yeah, I think so too. Radiation is fun.
Yeah.
Organ healing serum. Anyway, and also like things like arguments regarding like public perception, you know, oh, something's too scary or whatever. All that stuff is very manipulatable, like easy problems for a government to solve, you know. Through propaganda, you can make a populace believe so many things, you know, in terms of fear. So I never really think that fear stops things. I mean, from the government's perspective, I mean, like in terms of what the populace does or does not want. It's like, I know that there's a sense in which politicians are driven by the desires of the people, but I think the desires of the people can be manipulated pretty easily. Starmancer giving a new concept of human rights. Oh yeah. Grazers, gamma ray lasers are a favorite war crime weapon of hard sci-fi. Oh, that's fun. I didn't know that. But also sometimes like things can be like in sci-fi where it's like, oh well, if you could make a weapon that can shoot gamma rays, that would be crazy. But maybe like in real life, it's not really as practical. Like I said, I don't know. I don't know much about. All I know like the basic stuff about radiation. I'm like, okay, U-235, okay, you know, I know that, but that's mostly it's sort of stuff like. I have like an 8th grade science education on nuclear power, pretty much, you know. So I know like the basic concepts, you know. Like I'm like, okay, well I know that like radiation is emitted from this. More power. Scrappy, 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 scrappy. Also, what's up, Cass? Also, I always think it's strange that like Elon Musk wants to go to Mars when he could just go to the moon instead and live on the moon.
Probably the gravity.
Maybe that could be a big component to it. That could be.
Because it's too like unhealthy to live in such low gravity, I think.
Yeah, but I feel like long term people would live. I guess that's true. That's true. I was thinking people live in space stations, but you can just simulate the gravity there by spinning it. It is low gravity, but I mean, it's pretty safe. There still is gravity there. There's not no gravity. I don't know the long term effects of people, but I imagine that the long term effects of living on Mars, underground and stuff. I just feel like living underground is like more of an issue probably. But I don't know, like having babies, who even knows what's gonna happen there? You have babies, like I don't even know. I don't even know what they would do. Or if they have like a giant like pit, you know, and inside the pit there's like a spinning like a spinning thing, and you can like you get like your allotted gravity time, you know, like you get like your 1G gravity time like once a week or something. It's like a thing you have to do. Like, you know, astronauts have to exercise every day.
Yeah.
But also astronauts have to exercise every day because they want to be in peak physical shape. Because there's a good necessity for it. It's good for the long-term health and everything like that. But I mean, humans eat donuts every day also. Gamma ray solar panels also be rad. Pun intended. Gamma ray is also a metal band. Is it because the gamma rays generate so much power that it would be useful for something? Like, would you have to make the sense that the solar panel really big? I don't know how it works. I don't know how much energy they have. Geothermal seems like it could be a good source of power too, but I don't know how to access it, you know? I don't know anything about that technology.
I mean, we have like geothermal heating here, and they pump down like a liquid into the ground, and then it's slightly
turbine.
I don't know,
Somehow.
but it's slightly warmer when it comes up, and then you just use that
and that's all it
heating
takes,
something.
yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna.
They must somehow spin a turbine or something, right? That's typically how electricity is generated.
No, it's not for electricity. It's just for heating.
Oh, okay. Just for like heating,
Yeah.
like the heating stuff.
Yeah,
But what do
it's
you do with the
heating your
heat?
house.
Like heat a house or something? Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought you meant heating it to generate power. It's like, okay, well, you just
No.
heat stuff up, spin a turbine, generates electricity. I can almost get another person.
I remember as a kid, I thought that like nuclear power plants were just like magic power.
Yeah.
And then I learned that, they produce like, what is it? It's called steam to drive like a steam turbine. I was like, what? That sounds so low-fi, like low-tech.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just a basic, but it's a basic engineering problem is how do I spin this turbine without doing it manually? Like, ooh, I know a good solution.
Yeah.
I'll burn a fire. That'll heat up the steam and then the steam will, do it. You're like, okay, well, we're using a lot of coal here. And then the nuclear power thing's the same thing. It just heats up. It just generates heat. And then the heat is used to heat up water. And then the water pushes a turbine that generates electricity using magnets.
Yeah.
So I just assumed geothermal. I was like, oh, it probably just is something like that somehow. But it's funny when it's just only used to heat up things, but not used to. But it's probably used to generate power somehow, right?
Well, there's geothermal.
I know also separately,
power.
but I meant the literal same one you're talking about. I wonder if it's somehow like used for other. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything about it, but because it seems to me like the amount of, I mean, it's free heat once you establish it. It just seems like so expensive if it's only used to heat stuff. But I don't know what it's used for.
Yeah, but heating here is like pretty expensive because of winters.
Yeah, I live in Michigan, so it's like it can be cold here at times as well. So I could definitely see how like if you can have basically free heat, like that's pretty big.
Yeah,
it's pretty big, especially in remote areas.
Yeah.
But don't you have to? You probably have to like the geothermal plant would have to be located, near a source of heat. Like it couldn't just be placed anywhere.
It has to be like a mountain. I think it has to be like what's it called?
Whatever has heat. I don't know what has
like
heat.
like rock underneath.
Molten rock or something. I hear that term
No,
sometimes.
no.
I don't. Yeah, like maybe it's molten. I don't know. I know the word molten. I don't know.
And it doesn't have to be that deep either. It just needs to go.
That's a surprise. How deep would you say?
down
Like
into
less
rock.
than a mile?
Probably, yeah, because you just use like a drill.
But it must be a really.
It's probably like 10 meters or.
It has
20
really.
meters.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's so low tech. I thought it was like in my mind. In my mind, it's going like deep, like a ton. In my mind, it's going
No.
You're talking like 10 meters is like just 2 of me or something. It's not that tall, or like more than that, but like 3 of me or something. It's not even that deep.
Yeah. I'll look it up to see. Actually.
Unlocking. Yeah, look at it. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, I need 7. I spent this whole stream just trying to get my freaking base back on track.
Yeah, I have the most fun when my base goes to shit, and then I have to like figure out like how to get everything back in order.
Do you remember when the Bill Nye Science Show came out on Netflix, and the first episode was on power, and there was a nuclear power guy, and he's like, "Yeah, we don't do nuclear. We've already solved that problem." There's like a sense. There's a sense amongst people that like nuclear. I think there's a sense that people think like, well, if nuclear worked, we would have been using it by now. There's that sense I think people have. Hey, Sissy. Because whenever there's a new technology, if you don't know anything about it, you just assume that humans have figured out the optimal and maximal way to use the technology.
You know how we
And that.
shoes.
Huh?
Shoes are shoes that be
Mhm.
the band shoes.
Mhm.
And now
Also, if there was never a nuclear bomb and like there was never a war, I feel like the trajectory of nuclear power would be so much different than it is now.
Yeah.
If it could have been developed at all without the incentive of it. But it could have been because it wasn't cutting edge. The thing is, like, the reason the nuclear bomb could be developed was because the science was already pretty close to understanding it, and then there was an incentive to try to really rush it and put money onto it, But
Okay, so the depth
Mhm.
for like geothermal heat is at least like 100 meters.
Okay, that's deep, but not as deep as
Yeah,
still not as
that's
deep as I
pretty deep,
thought
yeah.
though. I mean, it's not. It
Yeah.
doesn't seem that deep to me. I mean, 100 meters is 100 yards basically. It's not. Doesn't seem that. It doesn't seem like that deep of a hole. I mean, mining companies probably dig way deeper holes all the time to mine and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem that deep, but I don't know about. I don't know how it's like strip mining. I don't know how mining works, but it's fun.
And then the actual hole is pretty like thin. It's like 12 centimeters.
Really? That's so tiny.
Yeah.
So basically, you just put water in there, it heats up the water, and then like you just got hotter water now, and then we can.
Yeah. It's
Then
not
how
water,
do they
it's some
transport
kind
the
of special
heat?
Liquid.
How do they
Some kind of
transport the
special
heat?
liquid that doesn't radiate the heat away.
And you could have like insulated pipes or whatever, something like that too.
Yeah.
And then at some point, it goes into a house, presumably, and then it gets
Yeah,
radiated out or
yeah.
something. That's interesting.
Might go to like a boiler and heats like the water or something.
You still must have to be pretty close to this. Maybe not though, but I feel like you probably have to be pretty close to the source. Maybe not. Maybe not. Because maybe they can reach near zero heat loss.
Yeah, I think because they use like a special liquid, it's very efficient. But it's gonna be like right next to the house.
There it
pretty
is.
much.
Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh my god, 200. I'm never gonna get 200. Pigment cache. I used to like buy stuff, and I don't remember how to buy stuff right now. Larva husk? Ice sculpture? Silk? Ugh. Fine. Fine. What if I just sell one pigment? Just one? Two? I do 2 pigment caches. Boom, boom, boom. Victor, have you changed your mind about aliens at all yet? Have you had any thoughts about aliens? I'm thinking about aliens like
No.
every day of my life, man. With UFOs and stuff. I'm always browsing the subreddit UFO. Like maybe there's something new today.
Yeah.
Pretty much I just browse. I'll check it like once or twice a day. But like maybe there's something new. Okay, and then because sometimes things will happen, and then if you miss the day it happens, it's hard to know what the heck went on because everyone will be talking about this event that everyone seems to know about except me. And the same thing is true of like news articles. You ever have like a tragedy happen and there's so many articles about it and you're just trying to figure out, okay, but what happened? And it can be sometimes difficult to just figure out what the heck actually happened.
Yeah.
Because everyone's just talking about like a meta-analysis talking about the thing. I just have an impossible time accepting that aliens visit us and they see us sometimes. And I have a very hard time believing that. I also have a very hard time believing that their technology is just only slightly better than ours.
Yeah, that's.
We have little data to go off of, but I just have a hard time believing that.
Yeah.
Because what's more likely? That it's top secret government or that it's aliens? Well, it's obviously much more likely that it's the government. And the only evidence to say that, oh, it has to be aliens is just like hearsay, kind of, you know? It's like, well, how do you explain the abductions? You're like, what if they never happened? I mean,
Yeah.
but if you look at just the actual evidence that people have, it's not much. And also, I mean, it would make sense that they would lie about it being aliens so that you wouldn't know what it actually was.
Yeah.
But I want it to be aliens.
Isn't that how, presumably, the disinformation campaigns and everything started?
Oh, I don't know if it's how it started. I don't know how it started. But that's like speculation, of course. Is that like,
Yeah.
you know? Come on, baby. I need some scrappy scraps.
then that could also be disinformation.
Right. I mean, it's so easy to imagine ways to do disinformation, like solutions that would work, to the point that it's obvious to me that the government employs some of these strategies. I mean, if we can think about them just for fun, I feel like they could absolutely consider, have considered them, do them. I mean, the military is a group of people, not each individual, but I mean, collectively, it's an organization that has no problem with, blowing up a wedding and killing kids in order to get a target. I mean, this is the world they live in, Yeah. So, and their world is much grayer than our world, and also life's hard and it sucks, and so they make tough decisions all the time. But so I could see them lying about it. That would be right up their alley. I mean, I don't even think it'd be a particularly egregious lie. Also, if you lied about aliens, but not that much, only a little bit, and people believed you, I mean, to what degree are they even doing anything that immoral? Because the government has never come out and said, "Oh, these are aliens." Just so you guys know, these are aliens. But they have said, I think. I don't think they've ever said officially their craft's not from this world. Although one guy said it. I don't think officially they've ever said it's non-humans or anything like that. Right? I don't think officially they've ever said that. Just whistleblowers say that. Anyway, but it's funny, like, if everyone believes it's UFOs and you never said it was UFOs, but they believe they're the UFOs, there's no reason to fix the record. Why would you fix the record there? So if it just happened, you'd be like, yeah, let's let them keep believing it's UFOs. That seems great. Let's just keep doing that forever. But hard to say. Also, what are the odds that the gray aliens would look so much like humans? Is it 0%? The only way it makes sense is if the gray aliens, they were engineered in a way, in a form that we would find less terrifying. And that the aliens really aren't great at picking up all the nuance of human character, so they made a gray alien that looks pretty close. It's almost like the gray aliens found like a really old bald man at like a really weird looking dude, and they're like, well, here's one person, we can just make him look like this guy. Here's a person. And it looks pretty, like, held up an image, like, it's pretty, I can't tell the difference, But every time a lot of times when people describe the sensations of being abducted, it really sounds like they're just describing like sleep paralysis and just normal human experiences. And I think that if someone can be scared of something, they might, their imagination will fill in the gaps at nighttime when they're scared. But God, I want it to be true so bad. I mean, I was a little kid. I mean, I loved when Ancient Aliens came out. My life was like, I was like, oh my, this is crazy. Like, I thought it was. I bought into Ancient Aliens 100% when it came out. Like, maybe not 100, but like more like, I remained skeptical. But I mean, I wanted it to be true so bad. And there's so many issues, like weirdnesses about like religion, especially when you're young. You're like, how? There's got to be like it just seems like a mystery that somehow needs to be solved. There's like questions that you can somehow answer and figure it all out. Like, for example, most religions have a flood myth. And when I was a kid, I thought that. I was like, this is strange.
Yeah.
That they'll have flood myths. Why would they have flood myths? But also, I mean, flooding is pretty common. It's like one of the most common disasters that can happen to people, especially if people have a city near water, which most cities are near water because it's so much easier. You can have food, transportation, whatever, like water to drink also. But, I mean, growing your crops, like...
Is it to take like a common thing that happens and you scale it up to like...
Right, it's not that crazy. Yeah, it's not that crazy, yeah. My main argument against aliens is that I cannot believe that every government on the world could work together so and keep it covered up. I agree with that 1,000% as well. I agree with you. So then, if we posit that okay. So then either other governments know about it and they're also keeping it a secret, or other governments do not know about it because it's so rare that they don't even, like France. Maybe I'm chose France randomly. Maybe France doesn't even know about aliens. Maybe it's just a couple places. So either one of those could be true. Yevi? Nice. But either one of those could be true. But yeah, I just don't see it possible that... I mean, there's some argument that like countries like America that put so much money into their military, maybe they're some of the only countries that have sensors and have the money and the capital to invest in investigating a pretty rare phenomenon. So something like that could be true as well. But the hard thing is there's such little data to go off of that everything is just conjecture.
Yeah.
But it's just trying to be like, okay, what's the most likely thing? And it's orders of magnitude more likely that these are top secret government things. It's orders of magnitude more likely. Like, trying.
Isn't one of the theories that, they're not doing a good job at covering up? They're doing a good job at, like, ridiculing the whole UFO phenomena to a point where people who come out and say, like, oh, there are UFOs, like, no one believes them.
Yeah, but, like, even a person like me who wants it to be UFOs so bad, I don't believe most of what people say. Like, it doesn't require the government to say that. It's like it's just a thing that, like, is unbelievable. And it requires so much evidence, and none of the evidence is very good. It never has been. And even something like the Commander David Fravor incident, in which they see a Tic Tac UFO, there's no reason to believe that that's aliens. It's just a theory. It's just an idea. Like,
except like the unknown technology aspect.
Yes, that's the only thing to think. Okay, this is someone who has something we don't know. But why wouldn't? It's a much more reasonable conclusion that it's some top secret thing. And also, it makes perfect sense that it would be around David Fravor. They're doing a training mission. It would make sense to test your new stuff around the top of the line Navy people. Like, that makes sense that you would do that.
Yeah. It's just that the technology is so, like, fantastical.
Yes. Well, okay, but we haven't seen any evidence of it ever doing anything fantastical ever. Only reports of it doing fantastical things, but there's no data, there's no video evidence ever of them ever doing anything that is really fantastical. Like in the Tic Tac UFO, it moves, but then Mick West will come and debunk it and be like, well, I know it looks like it moves, but what actually happened here is it lost its tracking, and then the object moved, and then it regained the tracking. Like, he says stuff like that, and I'm like, oh, well, that sounds real. Like, is that what happened?
Yeah.
Do I have to leave again and get more freaking ore? There's a zombie in here. I think it's kind of cool that you can't go into dungeons right away.
Mm-hmm.
Did I? Okay, let me try to steal something from a dungeon because I'm here, but there's nothing I can even take in this dungeon apparently, so never mind. I'm not fighting bots. I'm gonna go to a prison ship. Oh, did you put the new stuff in the prison ship? The turret and stuff, right? You did, right? And I think I rebuilt the library.
I haven't really gotten to test it much, though. So.
That's fine. Freaking aliens, man. Ricky Tikki Tavi. Like, what's more likely than aliens? Like, everything, right? Also, like, in order for it to be aliens, it also automatically requires explaining the strange behavior. Like it requires so many extra explanations on top of it. For example, if it's aliens, why are they here? What are they doing? Why do we see them sometimes, But cooler, I want to put gray aliens into the game. I was just talking to Victor like last week. I'm like, we should just put alien. Like, there's already so much alien lore. Let's just put it in. Like, let's just use the existing lore. Sissy, you scare me so much when you do that. You're so sneaky.
Don't look.
I won't look. Ah!
I like painting every time.
You smell it? Yeah, no problem. Okay. I have a UFO tattoo. You know what I mean, Victor? Like, I'm into UFOs, man, but it's like I just don't think. You want to talk to Victor, Sissy? Say hi to Victor. I can't hear him. Only you. Say hi.
Hello.
I can't hear. Only you can hear, sis. Okay.
Hello.
It's Victor. You tell him your name.
Huh?
Tell him your name. He doesn't know your name.
Don't want to.
You don't want to? Okay. I don't know if Victor's talking right now. I can't hear him. But the thing, Cooler SK, the hard thing with coming up with less conventional aliens is that you have to come up with like a new idea for an alien. It's hard. I think it's hard. I agree with you that it'd be better.
And you tell I've been a hat man in the toilet.
What? In the toilet?
And you have wine. Let that boy name again.
Victor.
Oh.
Did you say Victor? Like Violet, Victor. That's that boy's name.
It like sick and like fickle.
Look at that. That guy just helped out that dude in combat. That's pretty fun.
Well, aliens.
Are there aliens, you said?
Uh-huh.
In the game? Not yet. You think we should add some? What type of alien should we add, Violet?
It might be
Mm-hmm.
that.
Do you know what aliens are, Violet?
Who that?
Who's who?
That.
The zombie right here?
Uh-huh.
There's a zombie.
I shoot him.
Shoot him?
Uh-huh. I don't want him in this game.
Needs to be a cooldown on this message. For sure. Cuddlers are aliens, actually.
What?
Or although I think cuddlers are more of like a biologically
Look
engineered
at-
organism.
Look at
Yeah. What is it?
my nail.
Ooh, nice.
My nail always sick.
Yeah, where's our guns? We don't even have guns yet.
Why are you eating?
Where are they eating? They're hungry, I'm thinking.
Who that?
Who's this person? Her name is Valentina Trejo.
No, that white thing.
The white thing? This? This?
No,
What white thing, sissy?
I think.
Oh, above her head when she was eating? Okay, yeah, it's a bubble that shows what they're eating.
Victor. What's this? This is a song coming out here.
I don't know, I can't hear it. What does it sound like to you?
Sounds like.
Let me hear. Let me listen. Oh yeah, there's music. We have zombies but no guns to shoot them with. That's true. That's... Oh my gosh, Violet, you muted this a long time ago. That's okay though, baby.
You what is that?
If you press this button right here, it'll mute the microphone. That's okay though.
I did that in a long time ago.
Yeah, I know. Is this backwards? I think it's backwards, Violet, Captain. Uh-oh, I don't want to choke you. Don't do that.
What? And
This button. Just don't press it and then it'll be fine. Only mute for a moment? Okay.
We can't press that button.
You can, but it'll mute the microphone. It's good to mute it like if you're coughing or if you're farting.
How did it show me? You will be in a toilet.
There's a space factory right here and I can't get to it. That's sad.
It's like crazy.
In fact, I know that it's right here. I'll never be able to reach it. That sucks. Slugs and mech suits, that's a great idea. Slugs. Like, again, in mech suits. I think a hard part, too, is that the aliens have to be done in a way that they do something interesting with the game, you know?
I was thinking we should add like a junker faction and they deal in like waste and stuff. And they could be slugs and mech suits. Mechanized slugs.
Alright, I've regained control. That's like I'm in Split right now, and I'm James McAvoy's one of his characters. Can you pick it up from the background? No, you can't pick it up from the background. You just can't ever click. I'll never be able to get to it. It's just off screen for me. That's so sad. I need to put like a max ring count or something of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 or something. I really wanted that trader because I needed material. I need supplies, but that's okay. Just gonna refund the game. Victor, can you go ahead and process my refund?
No.
He's like, here you go. Here's $0. Done. All right. Add scroll bar. You know what's so funny, Cooler SK? Is the scroll bar is such a better solution than what I suggested. And easier and won't break anything. And that's just a funny thing about when you're, you know. Scroll bar would be way better. Like, it's actually a lot better idea. So, okay, let's do that. I'm going to write it down so I don't forget it. The only issue, an implementation issue with scroll bars is that we have to have a way of, we have to set the size, and Unity has to know what size it is. So, although it's obvious to us that like, okay, well clearly it's extending a little bit further, so add a scroll bar. So you just need to, but we just have to find out, okay, how do I calculate the total width of this accurately, and then where do I have to tell Unity that this is the width so that it can scroll it appropriately? So just a couple of issues like that. So there's times when it doesn't even need a scroll. I mean, you could just pan it. You could just hold left click and pan it. You know what I mean? Like you don't even need a scroll bar necessarily. Yeah, math. But also, like, in terms of where these things are placed, it's arbitrary. They don't have to be placed on this far ring. But sometimes if you don't have enough rings, some things won't get placed. But yeah, I mean, I think that if you can just scroll, it's like that solves everything. So, also, you don't have to scroll that far. You just have to be able to scroll like just a little bit. You don't even have to calculate it ahead of time. You can just have a scroll bar always there, just in case, you know.
Oh yeah, Tyler, what do you think of this? I wanted like some way of telling the turret apart when it's been hacked, so it's friendly.
Let me make this big for everybody. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I thought it'd be more different than it was. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's blue instead of red, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
think that's
making
fine.
The whole thing blue, but that just looked
weird.
Too much. Yeah.
Green could be better than blue. I don't know if green's better.
I started with green, but then I was like, no, blue is better for like.
I know, cool. You're right. By the way, if there's no buttons, you have to telegraph to player that's scrollable. I know. I was thinking that too. So I was like, okay, well, it has to be a scroll bar then.
Yeah.
That's a tough thing too. Like, if there's a solution but no one knows about it, does it even exist?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's probably fine, Victor. Right? I mean, blue, green, maybe an open panel somewhere. Harbinger says. Could be good. Let you know that like, hey, it's somehow been hacked. The problem though, it needs more than just the open panel because, like, it needs to be a case where if you see a turret, I mean, probably if you see a turret and you've never seen one before, you should be able to identify immediately if it's friendly or not.
Yeah. Because
like an enemy turret could just as easily have an open panel in it, you know. Because like the open panel only indicates it's been hacked, and you just happen to know, oh well, I have to hack it to make it friendly, so therefore it's been hacked. But it would be better if it was. You can know without it. Is green better than blue for friendly, by the way?
I think so, but it's not like colorblind friendly, so I just made it blue.
Oh, green isn't colorblind friendly.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's true.
At first I made it green, but then I was like, oh, blue is probably blue.
I mean, what if you recolor the whole turret? Like, see how like the turret's like kind of orangish, reddish?
Yeah, I did that. But
or is it kind of weird?
It did look weird.
Okay. Because I could see it could be kind of weird.
Yeah. I'm also thinking maybe the turret should be like palette swappable because the other turret is.
If it is, then it's very easy to recolor it. From
Yeah.
back end, you know. Got to change the palette index. angry and friendly eye camera thingy. I like that the most so far. I swear to God, emotions on it. I think I like that the best, actually. Can you somehow, like, I swear to God, I think it's a good idea. Like a portal turret. You know how portal turrets, like, it's very obvious. Well, okay, portal turrets aren't a good example because they seem like they're people that don't even want to be doing what they're doing, but they have to kill you because they're programmed to kill you. But like, you could have like an angry face, like as an example. Angry face or happy face. Angry face means they're, you know, like everyone would understand that, you know?
Yeah, but there's not really enough pixels for that.
You're always complaining about pixels, man. It's like, it's this guy over here always talking about pixels over here. It's fucking... Yeah, there aren't that many pixels for it, but...
Yeah, I can't really make a face at all.
Okay, I have 3 squares. And what square is the smiley face, Tyler? Is it this square? Or is it this, you know, like... Yeah.
I mean, if I wanted to have like...
Victor, did you try downloading more pixels? Says Cooler SK. Do you have enough RAM? Is that the problem you're saying? I don't get what you mean by that. Is your monitor too small? What do you mean right now?
Let's see. Does this read as an angry face?
It's just 2 triangles facing out or in, Victor. I mean... I'm just like trying to fuck with you right now. Like, just like... Okay, guys. While Victor does this, look at how cool it is that I can just take this cargo storage and be like, oh, this is cool. I want to put it in my base somewhere. And you can. So I'm doing that now. And you can make your base look really fun. I could put it right here if I wanted to. Because like it doesn't also guys, like I can't look stupid. That's the thing. Like, I can't just look like dumb, like doofy, like a MS Paint smiley face. Or maybe it can, I don't know, but there's sort of that constraint too. Like
when there's a face though.
What's that?
It does look funny when there's a face.
And it's awesome and it's understandable. It's the most understandable thing in the world, which is why I said I swear to God I love it. But I'm just trying to understand the constraints of it. Victor's too afraid. A lot of fear in his he's afraid. It's just a nuclear power called. What's up, Havoc Czar? Or is it Havozar? What's up, Havozar? I'm sad that I can't click on this space station factory. I really want to buy goods. Hey, what's up, Steel Soldier? Do you guys know Steel Soldier makes... Hey, why don't we have a real expert here, Victor. I'm just teasing you. I'm teasing you now, but we have a real expert here, Victor. So, Steel Soldier, how do you think we can do more faces? Just put hollow projector above turret. Well, the thing is, like, you could do a hollow projector, but then it's like just more... And maybe that's fine. By the way, I don't know. Maybe that's fine. You absolutely could do it. Maybe that's fine. I was just thinking Victor's probably trying to do it in a way that's, like, quick. But I don't know. A hollow face would be great. It's different every time you say my name, but the first one you just did was most correct. Okay, Havoc Czar. That's who you are now. Wait, how can we do what? Steel Soldier says. Oh, we added these little turrets. And this is not right. We added these little turrets. And you can hack them. And when they're hacked, they're friendly. And when they're not hacked, they're mean. And so what Victor's trying to do here is he's trying to give feedback to the player to let them know, hey, is this thing friendly or is it not friendly? I mean, it kind of works. I mean, even just that kind of works.
It's kind of fun.
You look so pretty, Violet. Okay. You're just trying to do it in a way that doesn't look dumb, you know? Like goofy, I mean. Like goony.
Yeah.
Sometimes easy, sometimes not. Okay. Grace Watts snapped. Snap count. Lonely? That's pretty okay. Mean face like angry eyebrows? Yeah, honestly, maybe the eyes are just enough. Eyebrows are just enough, like Harbinger of Crazy keeps saying.
Yeah, it's just really hard to get eyebrows in the small space.
Hard to do diagonals probably too. What's that blue stuff?
Blue stuff?
I'm not sure. I don't know. It could be on my end or your end. I don't know. Which blue stuff? I'm going to show two. Is it? Aren't you ever worried, Victor, that you'll like open your file explorer and like something embarrassing will pop up?
No.
Oh, you don't have anything embarrassing like me? Okay.
I mean, I do, but...
I'm not afraid of that, though. I'm not, that's... Oh, like a portal? It's this one. It's the Abyssal Eye portal. You should ask Steel Soldier about it. He knows all about it. It's a guy right here. This is the Steel Soldier. It damages colonists that are nearby, but it has like 10,000 power, and you can just use it for power. And once the power is out, it's gone forever, but just use it for power. And then I put no-go zones around it so that my colonists don't walk near it and get hurt. Except these no-go zones got removed when I warp, so I'm just going to put a couple more so they don't get hurt.
Oh yeah, I don't like that the Abyssal Eye portal uses like a different damaging system than the Shamblers do.
Why?
Because they added like a different like particle effect when you get damaged by radiation, but it's not working for the eye portal because it's not using the same thing.
Oh, what do you mean? What system does the eye portal use, and what system does the other thing use?
I don't know.
Oh, well, it's like I like the system, but you don't know what system they use, huh?
Do they take damage the same way? Because you added
Does
like,
what take damage the same way? Colonists? Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because the Shamblers deal HP damage now, right?
What do you say?
The Shamblers, they deal HP damage now to colonists.
Victor, how did you implement? Okay, what you're describing is completely new to me. So you're saying you added something that when Shamblers attack colonists, it does a unique damage effect or something. And it sounds like you put that on the colonists, correct? Because you're wondering why doesn't it work with the other things. So you must put it on the colonists, right? Somehow? Somewhere. Model, entity, somewhere.
Yeah, or put it on the Shambler.
You don't remember. If you don't remember, I don't know how you did it.
I mean, I don't remember, but I remember that I couldn't do it for the Abyssal Eye.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just that, yeah, I can't be too helpful because I don't know how you did it, but,
Yeah.
I
But
don't
does the
know. I
Abyssal
can't
Eye
answer.
portal
I don't know.
deal HP damage too now?
I don't know. I don't know what type of damage it deals. But the type of damage it deals and the amount of damage it deals is somewhat irrelevant. I mean, because you said it uses a different system. At the end of the day, it's still going to... I don't know if it directly damages organs or if it does radiation damage like Shamblers do, but there's still some unifying system there. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what it is. Yeah, Riggs, there's a lot of new stuff, actually. Havoc asks, can you only find these or can you craft these turrets? For now, you can, and maybe forever, you can only find them, and they're in dungeons. In this case, they're in the prison dungeon, and you can hack it, and then you can move it, and then keep it forever. Though. Anyway, the system probably doesn't need to change. You probably just have to set it up correctly to figure out how to set it up. But radiation damage should go on the columns. Probably the colonists. Like whatever the visuals, if you want it to be universal, it should probably go on the colonists so that any source of radiation will do the same damage effect on it. So I don't know. But if it sounds like what you mean instead is like it just doesn't work and you're just not exactly sure how. Like, okay, that's fine, totally fine. It's just you're like, let's change the system. I'm like, what about it? What's wrong? You're like, well, I'm not sure, but if we change,
I just remembered it wasn't set up the same way as the Shamblers.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, at a minimum, the Shambler like attacks like a monster attacks, whereas the Abyssal Eye portal is just like an AOE check. So it's not, it doesn't have like an attack system. It doesn't have a hit chance. It doesn't do all that stuff. And probably just in a direct way, probably just every second, it's probably just checking the distance from all the colonists, and anyone who's close enough, it damages them. It's probably something like that. And then the consistency there would be, it probably invokes on damage. And so hooking into that would be probably the best way to have different damage effects based off the damage type colonist receives. Freaking mini dungeons. It could be the case that mini dungeons start unlocked and big dungeons do not, by the way. So you can still kind of get like some dungeon feel before you get all the way to the programming terminal tier.
Yeah, I also think some of them have like entrances that aren't, you know, doors.
That's fine. That's completely fine with me. Like if sometimes you can still get in, I think that's great. Like sometimes in waste dungeons you can get in because they have the stowaway entrance. I think that's fun. I think that's fun. I meant to say, not fun, but I think that's fun. You can kind of sneak in, you know, and you're still gonna get stopped by a locked door eventually.
Yeah.
So I think it works. I literally just got to the breaching things now, dude. Like the bypass modules now. Like, it's the coil in front of turrets. Are you talking about Victor's thing right now? By any chance?
Oh, yeah, this is the Tesla coil.
Oh yeah, Victor made the Tesla coil model a long time ago. I don't know if he's updated it. Maybe he has, but he made the original one a long, long time ago. And it would be fun. That would be really fun. Use power. That'd be fun. And it zaps things. Because I think if you're an AI, I think part of it is that you should be able to set up automated defenses for your own station, right? Like if you come in, the AI is going to kill you. There should be some element of that in Starmancer. And like it tries to kill you. I think it's nice too. I think it looks cool. If I get sulfur crystals, I could make some C4.
And also this thing is like the new stasis pod.
Yeah, it's like a cryopod or something. You can put colonists in it and they won't die.
Yeah.
The thing is, we don't know how you're going to put colonists in it yet, though. So, like, do you draft them? Do you have to context order them, you know? Because if you have to draft them, it will never work with maniacs, but it would work with someone who's got, like, an alcohol addiction or who's just being annoying, you know?
Yeah.
As long as you can context them, you know? Yeah, it's a back to the tank, absolutely. An AI without its own Terminator squad. Yeah, boring.
I mean, I think the back to tank heals, right?
Yeah, it does. It does heal. And if it could heal, that would be fun too. I think that's sort of a fun thing. And I'm thinking this is just something you'll find. By the way, we're adding a Terminator death machine soon in the secret weapon facility, so I don't think that's a spoiler. By the way, check out something else cool you can buy. You can buy these freaking thrusters, dude. And you're like, what if I have a thruster on my base now? So I mean, I don't really have a thruster looking ship, but I'm still gonna give it a thruster though. Did I do it backwards? Okay, I did it backwards. Well, I got thrusters. You don't know if back to tanks heal alcoholism? Only one way to find out. I'm so sad that I never... Wall trap would probably be hard to code in or be like a weird lamp. What are you saying that for, Havoc? Because wall traps are a bit harder than like a non-wall trap. When you say trap, what do you mean? Do you mean trap for the player's place? Or traps that are placed already? Is the thruster going to fire up when you warp? No, it doesn't do anything cool like that. It's just a decoration. I wish it did. That'd be badass, though. If it had. I also wish... here's my wish for everything. And Victor would have to do this, so it's like, it's a lot. But I wish you could just shut them down and turn them back on whenever you want. So, like, if you shut it down, no animation. If you turn it on, it plays the animation constantly. I think that's a good solution for all these things. Because you could have lots of things, decorations that animate, if they have an animation. And so if you want it on, just turn it on. If you want it off, turn it off. And then it's sort of easy to do for visuals.
I guess the idea is just that it's not a functional and...
Yeah, but it's like players want it to be, of course. Yeah, I know the idea. Yeah. That it's just like a thing you can buy. And yeah. But it's just like there's something, it should glow or something. Like it's something like that's fun, you know, for thrusters. By the way, you can move this thing now too. But you see some things don't have back faces. But you can still put it wherever you want in your own base. Like, and just do whatever you want with it. You could probably make like a secret entrance if you do this. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it would be easy to just add
so fun.
like backface to it.
Like how the turrets we have just go in the ground. Then they open as like a flamethrower or something like that. I think that's doable. Havoc. The harder thing with the walls is that obviously there's not as much space to hide it, but there's ways to hide things that don't, you know, in a video game sense. Like you can just not render it. There's ways you can hide things even if you don't have the physical space to hide it in. But definitely a little bit more difficult.
I think something that would be really cool would be something that projects like electricity between 2 points, like between 2 walls. So it would be technically like a door. Columns couldn't pass through it.
Oh, you mean like a barrier or something? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant like a way to like a way to transmit energy, or something. I thought that's what you meant.
No.
But yeah, that'd be cool, like a force field you're describing, basically.
Yeah, then I have to sort of disable it. So.
But maybe electricity is better because it's like the idea is that it's damaged, not that it's a trap, right?
Yeah.
Like I think that's your idea at least. That's what you meant. Is that like
yeah.
there's like electricity sparking between it, like it's exposed wires. You're like, oh god, I'm gonna get hurt if I walk here.
Yeah.
Maybe have it like the picture art on walls being animated hash opens. Right, I think that's totally doable. Like there's probably, I mean, for example, there's definitely some things that animate on walls already. I don't know if there's good examples that demonstrate conclusively what you're talking about, but obviously there's things that already go on the walls and do sort of interesting things when you animate them, like a wall vent does that.
Yeah.
The oxygen emitter technically does it as well, but I don't know how interesting that is. But like a wall vent's nice because it goes through both sides. And I think like turrets on walls makes more sense than turrets on floors, like it's like what you expect kind of. But turrets on floors make sense. They don't not make sense.
Also, if you imagine like the oxygen recycle, except it's just a flamethrower, that would be pretty scary.
The oxygen emitter, yeah, that'd be crazy cool. And it didn't have to look that complicated. It just shoots out like a vent, like just like it looks like the exhaust. Leave it to Victor to be like, I'm not saying you're doing this to make a joke, but leave it to Victor to be like, okay, we're not gonna do that on the thruster, but on the oxygen emitter, yeah, it's gonna emit flames. Because what you're describing is like a thruster, basically, right? It's like the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in this case, it would be a trap.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. And I know you weren't saying that's one or the other. I was just saying it's sort of funny. Can you not walk through this thing? Oh, did I block? Okay, I guess you can't walk through this thing. All right, well, I'll put it here then. I want to put it in a spot that I'll see it, though.
I mean, you should be able to walk in front of it. Right?
Well, I put it in front of a door. No. Here's what I did. I thought I could make a secret entrance. So I just put it in front of the door.
Oh.
That's what I mean. That's what I did. Like, you know. I got to get off in 2 minutes because I got to pick up Graham from school.
Oh shit.
I know.
Good.
These things go so fast sometimes. These streams, you know.
Yeah.
I find it much more enjoyable when I'm just talking to you because it's like, because these people suck. Wait, am I muted? Just kidding. But it's funny. Like we're friends. We've been friends forever, so we're just talking. You know, it's like. Blocklander, I didn't mean it, man. I didn't mean it. I was just kidding. Okay. I mean, I just wanted to get into a goddamn dungeon, and I didn't, so it took me 4 hours, so. I feel like if I started from scratch, it would have been faster, but, like, my base is unique now. It's fun. I stole this outside area for fun. Sucks that I have to get off. Like, I can't even extend it a little. Like, I can't extend it, like, at all. Like, I have to go right now, pretty much. Fuck, Blocklander. He's got us right in the balls, man. Blocklander knows just how to hurt us. You always got to go for the jugular, Blocklander. Well, I'm going to see your mom tonight. I'm going to tell her what you said. I still want to make my base be like a huge meta time stuff. Me too, and it's why I love the new decoration system. In fact, I'm going to save the game right now. I did not save it correctly, did I? I should have saved it as a real name. So let me go back and save it again. Because I'm going to forget that this was the stream save.
Alright, Tyler, you want to see some cool like new windows and walls that I was working on like ages ago?
I do, actually. I want to see some cool dungeons and walls that you were working on ages ago. So let me find them. Discord Victor. Boom. Alright, they're maximized. Which ones are new? Oh, the windows are cool. You can put those in dungeons somewhere. That one's got some privacy to it. That's fun. Or maybe not in real life, just here they do.
those just aren't using the correct material.
Havoc says more windows and walls are yes, all caps. Exclamation, exclamation. Sounds like he's excited. Let me show you. Well, I can't show you right now, but I will show you in a second. Because I'm pretty hyped about the ability to move decorations. I didn't get to really demonstrate it a lot in stream, but it's actually really, really cool. So, those are really cool, Victor. I'm making you tiny. Tinier for a second. So I just want to demonstrate this really quick just to everybody. You can like mouse over like literally everything in these dungeons now. And also there's a new toilet. There's a prison toilet. Also, where's the turret? Is it somewhere in here? I don't know. There should be a tranquilizer in here somewhere too. I'm just looking for something cool I can move, you know? You can move the magma pools now, by the way, guys. You can put lava in your base. You can also move the cesspools in from the waste dungeons. So that's pretty cool too. I mean, like you can actually do some pretty cool stuff now. Oh, okay, Victor, here's a great one. Here's a great new thing you added that I think is really, really cool. Okay, here is the helm terminal, sort of a fun thing. Like you can purchase this, for example. And you can move it, and you can just make it, and you can make your base look like any dungeon now, which is really fun. So I can move this just wherever. I can just put it over here if I want to, right? And it's just, and I just have that forever.
Zoom in, so it's interesting.
Zoom in what?
Zoom in, like
on you or on me?
On you.
Because you want to show off the terminal?
Yeah. So
okay, okay. I just making sure. I just want to make sure, double check what you want from me. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I can't help the abrasive autism. It's like, it just kind of comes as part of it. What about a mini dungeon of a library archive where you can buy blueprints? That'd be really, really fun, actually.
It will look really cool.
Yeah.
Bunch of like shelves.
Yeah, that'd be really, really fun. It's a really good idea.
Oh yeah, remember like the wall beds where we're doing.
Yeah, wall beds would be really fun too.
Yeah.
Here's something you can move too, by the way. This Medilab terminal you can also move into your base. You can move all these lights. Like you can. I'm not joking. You can literally anything that you see in a dungeon now, unless we miss a few pieces, miss a couple things, but you can completely replicate this 100% in your own base. You can buy this crane, this extruder crane, if you want to, and you can make this is mine now. And just I'm gonna put this near this eye portal because I think it looks funny or something. I don't know. You just put it wherever you want. I don't know. Just do stuff. But I think it's really, really cool.
Oh, yeah, remember when I did this shower? Because we were gonna add like a medical shower. Or something.
Yeah, that'd be a good one to add. Vic and Monty would be like, finally. You'd be like, finally.
There's all these like unused assets like over. Oh yeah, and this is the reactor.
Okay, did you actually put the turret in here somewhere, Victor? I don't see it anywhere.
It's supposed to be there.
I mean, I believe you that it's in here somewhere. I just wonder where it is. Or my guys have been dead. They've been murdered by it 100 times. I haven't even noticed it. I don't see it. Do you remember where you put it?
I mean, it should be everywhere.
It should be everywhere?
I
somewhere?
put like 6 of them.
Is there a chance that I didn't rebuild the library? Yes. Is there a chance you didn't export it? Maybe.
No, I definitely saved it.
Okay, because you ran it and saw it.
Oh wait.
You're like, oh wait, never mind.
I know what.
Just kidding. No, I didn't.
No, I
enough.
placed the tiles, but
Okay.
the tiles don't have the entity on them.
Okay.
But that also means that when I saved it, it should have thrown a warning because that's what it did.
Oh, I don't know.
First time.
I don't know. But you should.
It's like there's no entity. On
But
this
you
tile.
should load it once and make sure it worked.
Yeah.
All right. I gotta go get my son. Instead of a shower, have a hood come down and fill their suit with water to give them a good rinse. That's sort of fun. I mean, I understand the concept we're talking about. It's kind of fun, actually. As an idea. All right, I gotta go. I gotta get this little son of a gun, Grammy. Probably get him some chicken nuggets from McDonald's when I pick him up or something. Something fun for him. All right. I really like making lore rooms no real purpose. Me too. The idea of it. I have to go get my 5-year-old son from school, so. All right, people. Thanks for watching. Sorry I don't know more about nuclear power, but whatever. Okay. This patch is up on earlier access. You can play it. We're trying to push it out next week, by the way, on like Wednesday or something for everybody. But in the meantime, you can play it. And anything else coming? Maybe we'll add a tank that stores bio waste A recipe to convert dead corpses into DNA frags. Also scrap floors maybe too, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, I still wanted to add like the dead remains that you can harvest for
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. You should do that.
DNA fragments.
Chicky nuggies!